And yeah, I'll do the intro for YouTube here in a second. So let's make sure we're live over there. Okay. So YouTube, welcome. We are starting the day on YouTube here. We're basically just now starting the day on Twitch as well because I decided not to do a news crawl today. And yeah, the part we left off on is we want to manage notifications. This list should be populated, so I'm a little curious why that isn't populated. And we got a bug there that I'll have to, we'll have to figure that one out. That one's not as big a deal. So then we go here, manage notifications, and we get the list of notifications that we want to check and uncheck. Couple things are going weird. We don't want it to close as we select. So that's a little strange to me. But also, it's not selecting the thing that we're clicking. So we're going to have to figure out why that's going wrong. And once we have that part and we have a list that we can then send to the back end, we will work on the back end endpoints for that. And I'm in the right channel there. Yeah, cool. Just double checking. So, yeah. Let's dig into, I think, first, why these are not getting selected. And we have our, leaving off here, which is what we were going for. So figure out why the selection isn't working, then implement the backend functionality. That backend functionality would be adding the fetching of notifications that are assigned to this keyword. We'll probably just do that when we fetch the keywords themselves, and it'll be embedded data. And then I think we're going to create maybe just a single endpoint for updating the associations. So when you change the keywords and you click this submit button or save, it's going to go to the back end with the full list, and we'll just iterate over those. It might be one of the slower endpoints, but I'm okay with it. What do you mean by this keyword? Hold on, sorry, Lightspeed. We've already selected the keyword, right? So here for foo, we are managing this keyword. So we know which keyword. So manage the notifications for the keyword you selected, and we can show that keyword here in the message. We just haven't done that part yet. That's a good UX fix. No, the dropdown is notifications, right? Hence, select notifications. It's okay, I get it. It's up in my head. It's probably not as explicit as it could be, here in the UI. And that's something I'll have to fix eventually. So let's log the current value and see what we're getting there as we try and select things. Okay, plot thickens. We're not getting any of the logs. So this event just isn't firing. Yeah, it could be. But onSelect is definitely one of the props that command item takes. And it's like the official one that they have in their documentation. So if we go look at Neo-Brutalism here, and we look at the combo box, they have an example that we're kind of going on here with the multi-select, right? So theirs works as we want it to. We might be running into the fact that it's inside of the modal or the dialog, and there's issues with that happening. The one thing that we ended up doing is inside of our dialog, we made a change, and on interact outside, we're just doing a prevent default. But I'm wondering if that's firing and preventing the sub thing from doing its thing. That would be weird though, right? No, so that's not it either. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but that's not it. So that was the issue we had. Like, if we don't do this part, we have another issue where the entire dialog closes. Well, ooh, hold on. Well, now we're not able to reproduce what's going on here, even though we definitely commented that. Hmm. Yeah, I'm wondering if I maybe left a stop propagation somewhere. All right, so we don't have stop propagation anywhere. We've got prevent default in a couple places. We were looking at the wrong one there. Okay. So part of the issue is the one we commented was up here on the bare dialogue content versus dialogue content here. And I forget the difference we had for those. But yeah, let's just do this part real quick. Okay. So we saw that it didn't do it there. We do see that it happens there. So the outside is the thing, but not when we click inside. But if we do this, right, that still just closes. We may need to reinstantiate that, or I may need to actually save. That would be it. So then here, that was the bug that we were solving with the interact outside stuff. But here, inside, we still don't get any log value for that. So I don't think it's the interact outside causing that part. All right, so let's keep poking at this. There's definitely something that we could do better, and we could just use onClick. The problem with onClick is that it isn't going to be using keyboard navigation. Actually, this doesn't use keyboard navigation very well either. Yeah, so the accessibility of this is kind of broken. Let me just test this. What we're going to do is we're going to put that notification select. We're going to put it outside of the item. It doesn't really matter where. Yes, we're using Tailwind. What up, Trey? All right, so we add the notification select there. I put it on the wrong page. No. We want this on the keywords page. Yep. Okay, so we confirmed that it's just an issue with being inside the dialog. That sucks. That really sucks. And you got a technical interview for a PHP dev job on Tuesday. Nice. Good luck, man. What kind of prep are you doing? God, yeah, that sucks. Instead of using the combo box, we could just do a list of checkbox items. What that means is you'll click in to manage notifications, and the modal will be taller, and it'll have a section that is maybe individually scrollable. And those will just have checkboxes next to them. We could work on adding select logic later, right? Like not select, search. Select logic is essential, but search logic, maybe. Like, we'll have to see what users end up doing, like how many notifications they'll even have. Like, how many emails do you think someone's going to want to associate anyway? A couple. How many phone numbers? A couple. So is that list ever going to get longer than 10? At which point is a search even necessary? I don't think so. They wanted to see projects. Okay, cool. I would maybe do a couple like quick searches, like using LLMs or whatever. Like, what are common PHP questions that get asked in interviews? I hope they don't end up asking stuff like this, but it's like, is it string length? Like, is it str underscore len or is it str len? If they ask a question like that, your answer shouldn't be confidently saying one or the other. You should say, well, I rely on my editor and the documentation, right? Like the PHP documentation. I can just go check that stuff. I don't need to waste time memorizing things I can easily look up. I think that is the best and only way to answer that question properly, unless you really truly have that stuff memorized. But it's also like you can point out that the reason it's not worth memorizing is because PHP isn't even consistent, right? So string split, I believe, is str underscore split, whereas string length, I think, is just strlen. Yep. Yeah, I believe that's it. Yeah. But it's one of those things that, yeah, it's not worth memorizing. If you use it often enough, you'll memorize it without even trying. It is, but dude, I swear there are companies that ask that, and they may not actually be fishing for you to have it memorized. But if you can justify it, and if you know that the standard library has those inconsistencies, that is something that at least shows you have experience. So just being able to say the line, well, the standard library isn't consistent, so that's one of those things that I would just make sure I go look up, or I have a good plugin for my editor that does it. Right? And then bam. That, to me, if I were interviewing you and the company wanted me to ask that bullshit, that's the answer I'd be looking for, at least. No worries, Xmetrics. Have a good one. We'll see you soon. I mean, I wouldn't do that without a good reason. Like, that would be an answer or like a good question, maybe. Like, what frameworks have you used with PHP? Do you have any preference? How would you compare and contrast them? I don't know what they're going to ask you. I have no idea. But these are some of the things that I might ask, you know, if I were interviewing. Just to see, like, does this person actually write PHP day to day? If that's important to the company, you know, like, hopefully they're asking whoever the hiring manager is what they're looking for. Are you looking for someone who's just a good programmer and we can teach them PHP? Or are you looking for someone who's a PHP expert? Stuff like that. And there are cases where you don't have time to train someone. The person who would be training them is the one that's leaving, so you got to find someone to fill that gap. Maybe Trey. Yeah, I would still... Like, what frameworks have you used? How about that? AI questions? Like, how do you use AI? What do you use it for? Right? Like, how does AI work within your day-to-day workflow? I could see that. Oh, so Trey, like, those aren't PHP frameworks, though. So how are you building your job search site? Are you just raw dogging PHP? Like you mentioned Laravel. Have you used Laravel? Are you using Laravel right now? Hmm. Okay. What are you using for database queries? Right? Are you just raw dogging PDO? What libraries are you using? Like, what level is this role for, actually? Is this for just a entry level PHP role? Is this for just mid level? Are you going for a senior role? A lot of this stuff's going to depend. How do you mitigate SQL injection? That might be a good question then. How are you doing your routing? Okay. I get it, Trey. I get it. Yeah, it depends on what level engineer they're looking for then. Yeah, at that point, I would ask less PHP specific questions, and I'd probably start asking you just general architecture questions. Like, what's the difference between a post and a put? And then what's the difference between a put and a patch? So yeah, I would say make sure you got the fundamentals satisfied. If you're unaware of the difference, the cheat code is you're looking for the word idempotency. And understanding what idempotency means, well, that's your homework. But don't just say it without knowing it, because they'll, oftentimes in an interview, they're just trying to figure out if you're a bullshit artist. They don't want to hire bullshit artists. They suck to work with. Don't lie, But you got this. I'm not trying to stress you out. You got it, man. As long as you are diligently working on it while we're working here with you, I think you got this. But yeah, I don't know if I'd necessarily follow too many guides. I would be honest about that. Yes. And I would definitely have some type of like modification to it that really makes it your own, that is not front end focused. Right? And like really put in the effort to make the back end the difference, right? Now here's the other thing. You're raw dogging PHP. Does that mean you're using PHP to render templates? Are you using a templating engine? Or are you just using raw PHP templates? There are a lot of foot guns to doing raw PHP templates where you introduce logic into the template, and that makes it really unmaintainable. So more than anything, right, be upfront that you're not an experienced PHP dev. And after building your project and modifying it a bit, do a lot of reading about PHP best practices for application development. Things that frameworks do for you that make things easier. And let them know that you aren't an expert and you researched this over the weekend and this is what you came up with and this is what you know. I don't know. Have you done any other back end stuff in the past? Because a lot of that is transferable. Let me put it this way. Do you have a link to the guide that you're following? And something you might try and do is build it once through the guide, and then, and hold on, let me make sure you can do links real quick. Okay, there you go. So yeah, you can give us the link if you want. But what I would say is build it with the guide. And rather than worrying about modifying that guide too much, try and rebuild it with Laravel. I'm guessing the guide's going to be doing PHP templates, etc. So build that, then build it with Laravel using their Blade templates. And then if you have time, build a third version that's just a REST API. And then do your front end in Vue or whatever. Now, I know this is a lot of stuff, but oftentimes when you're building a project, the what you need to do takes way more time than how you do it, right? So once you figured out what you need to do, then you're just translating it to different patterns. Okay. I'm going to push back on Udemy automatically. Oh, yeah, I got to log in. Ugh. Whatever. All right, setting it up. Sure, the data type stuff is probably worthwhile. Arrays and iteration, sure. So Workopia is the project. Yeah, creating a basic router. Yeah, this is incredibly basic. And yeah, it looks like they are just raw dogging PDO. At least they're doing PDO rather than MySQLi, or whatever the newest version of it is. Your database class. This is where like a good ORM would come into play. Yeah, I don't know. This could be a good one. I'm not sure. This does at least give you a lot of good fundamentals, right? Like understanding PDO, database integration stuff. Sure. Um, yeah, some of the super globals definitely worth understanding and knowing. Yep. OOP, like you should have a basic understanding of that from other stuff anyway, probably. A lot of this stuff is just syntactical. Um, you'll find that callbacks are really annoying in PHP. PHP 8, I think, solved it, but PHP 7 still kind of sucked. Like you had to do like named callbacks rather than being able to just do an inline lambda. Have they fixed that? Anyone here do PHP on a regular basis? I haven't done significant PHP work for a while. Sure. Yeah, I get that. But that was, in my opinion, the most annoying part. If you're coming from a JavaScript world where you can do lambdas everywhere, PHP just didn't have that in older versions. I think they solved that in the new versions, but I don't know. Let me get more music going though. Yeah, I mean, I hope it's good. I really do think eventually video content like this is not going to be something you actually go for. And you should work on getting to that point in general in your career. Video, like tutorial content, it's just a bad way to learn, in my opinion. It did look like it was up to date, though, which is nice. So that might be better. Like, what version of PHP are you installing? That kind of stuff. I'm gonna guess it's like the latest and greatest, but it would be a big red flag if they have you installing PHP 7. I know, I'm like overloading you. You got this, man. Just do what you gotta do. You had to go to 8.2 because 8.4 had a bug. Okay. I'd be curious if it was 8.4 having a bug versus 8.4 doing something differently that dude didn't update his tutorial for. But anyway, I think you got it. It's not a big deal. You know, stressing out about it would be more harmful than just continuing the course. But okay, so notification select. Yeah, we ran into the fact that we can't use the combo box inside of the dialog. And that's annoying, but we can work around it. No, I get that, Trey, but like, there are tutorials. Like, if you just go to Laravel, right? Let's find their docs. Get started, documentation, architecture concepts. They've got to have like a good tutorial, right? Yeah, they don't. Oh, here we go. So this is older documentation. Oh, so they don't do the tutorial anymore in their main docs. That's annoying. I'm going to put on my tinfoil hat real quick. I think it's because Laravel owns Laracasts, and they want you to pay for the tutorial content from that. Like, I'm pretty sure Laravel owns this, right? Maybe not. It might not be Laravel owned. Maybe not. Oh, they don't. Okay, cool. Thanks, Unruly. Yeah, I was unsure. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, the way you spelt reinforce broke my brain a bit because I can totally understand like why you spelt it that way, right? Enforce versus enforce. Yeah, they're one letter off, but they have a very, very different definition. So that's interesting. Hmm. And yeah, typos are fine. Like, you know, not knowing the difference, it's not going to break the world. You know what you meant, and I knew what you meant. So things were fine. It was just, I don't know if I've seen that typo before or that like misspelling. And it's a very, very different word. That's all. But yeah, no stress. Sorry. I'm just thinking out loud. So yeah, okay. Jeffrey Way. Okay. So yeah, he's the main dude. Owner at Laracasts. Got it. Same word, less common spelling? No, they're not the same word. Enforce and enforce are totally different things. Enforce is to like to back it up, to add more like power behind it. Enforce is to force someone to do something. They're not the same word. That's not a word? reinforce is a word, right? So where does the enforce come from in there? So maybe not a word, but it's part of the word, and it's definitely part of the root word, and it probably comes from Latin or something. But they are very different things. Like technically reinforce isn't a thing. Are they really the same? I've never seen that before in my life. Okay, never mind. All right, my bad. My bad. No, you're right. That's weird. Because to enforce something is a very specific definition, right? To compel compliance. Right? Like that is a very different definition of what reinforce with the I is getting across, you know? But yeah, maybe I'm totally off on like what the root words are. Like to me, reinforce is just like like the prefix, and enforce, which probably comes from some old word that we don't use anymore. Ah, okay. So Stafford, I could see that. There's a lot of words like that, you know, like the word literally, like the word biannual. People have misused it so much that the improper definition is now proper. I think that might be it. No, I did not try that. Oh shit. Hey, Swag Dev. Thanks for looking that up. I was just going to work around it. Because this seems really annoying. This seems incredibly annoying. But I don't know. Let's try it. Yeah, I get it, Rumple. Yeah, and honestly, that's how the language works, right? Words change meaning, bad spellings become real, right? Language is simply what you say that other people can understand. And if you say it wrong enough as a society, the wrong thing becomes right. I find it really annoying, but it is what it is. All right, so I think what you're saying is that I would need to make the popover a .6 variant. Right? Drop down menu. Sure. React dialog is the 1.6, select 1.6, pop over 1.6. The rest of that looks pretty good. So then if I just go here, npm install. Oh, and you know what? Hold on. I think I need to make those explicit rather than careted, right? So hold on. That one we can caret. That one we got to make explicit. That one we got to make explicit. That one we got to make explicit. We'll at least try those, and we might have to do a couple others. Oh, and they said I needed to add React dismissible layer. And what's up, Connor? How you doing? So if you go from 0 to competent in PHP, what would I recommend? Read docs, ask LLM for projects, and go from there. So, I mean, Trey, I don't think you have time to do a completely new project. I would take whatever you're building now and rebuild it in Laravel, right? Doing the Laravel thing where you use blade templates and it's like the same way you've done it. And then, if you have time, build a Laravel API, right? Like a REST API, and don't render any templates other than JSON out of it, and then use Vue to consume that. Because then all you're doing is porting the logic. You're not having to make decisions about what to do. It's just how you do it changes, not what you're doing. That would be my recommendation, because then you at least, like, they can see that, yes, you followed a guide for the one. You then adapted it to a more modern framework. And then after that, you did it in a more maintainable way, in my opinion. And you can understand, like, you can start to, like, talk about what you liked about one versus the other, stuff like that. Now, I'm not saying it's 100% necessary, but I would consider that like a good path to understanding the same project from different like architectures or from different like design decisions. But totally up to you. Anyone else have any thoughts? Like, is that a process that you would like to see for someone new to PHP applying for a PHP role? To me, that would at least show that you're capable of learning something new. Right? So you followed a guide for one, but then you learned something totally new for Laravel, and then you adapted it to what I consider a modern version of things. And I don't know. To me, that would show value, but I'm not the hiring manager. So I don't know. To me, it shows more than just following someone else's steps. You're able to adapt those steps to different patterns. To me, that would be valuable. And yeah, Nicholas over on YouTube. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you hanging. What you up to? And Connor, yeah, you asked one more thing too. I am doing well. All right, so dismissible layer here, we want to put that to the 1.6 as well. So Connor, that's exactly what we're talking about. Doing a project-based approach. But they're following a tutorial on Udemy right now. They're just doing very much like a from-scratch approach for PHP. So they're going to be messing with PDO directly. They're going to be doing a bunch of stuff. My recommendation is that they take that same project they're building through that and then build it a second time with Laravel and using their ORM, their templating, like all that junk. And then do it a third time where Laravel just acts as the API. So you still get to reuse a bunch of the ORM stuff, but then you're consuming it from like a front end with Vue. So it shows your like ability to understand the difference in like application architectures. I don't think the raw PHP thing is actually that valuable. It's there to teach you the fundamentals of PHP, but it's not a project anyone would want to work on. I understand that, Connor. They have an interview on Tuesday. So this is something they could do where they don't have to figure everything out, right? They don't need to figure out the what. They just need to figure out the how. In general, that's my recommendation for learning a new language as well, right? Have something you've built in one language and build it in the other. Because then you're not figuring out what to do. You're just figuring out how to do what you already know you need to do. That's my approach. That's how I learn new languages, for sure. Right? Like, Proficientim. I built this thing using Node.js and React originally. Then Angular 2 came out, and I rebuilt the front end in Angular 2 as like part of the Angular hackathon day. Had it working and done within that hackathon like couple hours because I knew what I needed to do. The API was already there. And then I ended up rebuilding the API in Rust, Go, and Elixir because I wanted to figure out, you know, what I wanted to treat as my go-to backend framework at that point. I didn't need to figure out an entirely new application every time. I just needed to figure out how to do specific things that I had already done previously, and I just had to figure out the libraries and syntax for it. So that involved, right, the API does a bunch of stuff. Number one, it makes a request to an XML API. So I had to figure out, well, what is the good SAX parsing XML libraries for each language? How do I parse JSON and marshal JSON? Because there was a JSON API. I also had to do whois lookups. Some languages had a built-in utility for whois lookups, and others I had to farm out to the command line using, you know, like Linux native whois lookups. And I had to build a REST API with routing. What libraries are there for that? So in general, it taught me a lot about like the ecosystem itself. And also I needed to cache things in Redis because I didn't want to get rate limited at the API level for the third-party like synonym lookups. In my opinion, figuring out what to do takes way longer than figuring out how to do it. And often figuring out what to do is its own separate skill. You know, like application building and being a product person is very different from just being a dev that gets handed the tasks from the product person. Thunder, I would recommend just going to Elixir's or Phoenix's docs. Right? Like just head to Phoenix, head to their get started, and start like working through their like up and running like quick stuff. But have something in mind that you want to build, you know? And just like I was saying, have something that you've already built in another language and then just build it in Elixir. Because then all you're worrying about is syntax and ecosystem things, not, well, shit, what do I need to do? That's fine, Connor. I get that. My recommendation, if you wanted to learn a new language to build that in, would be to just rebuild that, right? Or if you wanted to learn a new language in general, rebuild something you've already built. If you want to learn a new architecture, rebuild something you've already built. Oh, hold on. I'm going to get rid of that. And it's okay if you disagree, but I recommend if you want to learn something new, don't create something entirely new. Recreate something you've already built. Right? Like the Primogen, when he's building pretty much anything in a new language or a new whatever, he's probably going to make some kind of tower defense game. Because there's a lot of stuff you actually have to like do in a tower defense game that teaches you a lot about how the language works with those patterns. He also like builds HTTP servers, and you know, there's like a bunch of things that are already done in the language, but him building it himself, it gives him a deeper understanding of what the language is doing, how it does those things to accomplish a goal that he's already done, because being a product application developer is very different from being someone who's just given a task. And you don't need to be a really good product person to be a really good dev, right? There is actually a separation of those skills. A product person has to really like put themselves in the shoes of the user and create features that are useful, right? Like UI, UX problems, etc. Whereas instead, if you're at a big company, you have product people that decide what needs to happen. And then you just figure out how. And I'm really thinking I should turn this into a YouTube video, right? Okay, yeah, just making sure. And honestly, you can disagree. I'm not looking for like 100% agreement. I'm just trying to make sure I'm making my point properly. So I'm re-explaining it a couple different ways or phrasing it differently just a little bit so that I can understand it better myself. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree, Connor, for sure. Yeah, just pointing out. I don't mind disagreement. I'm just trying to make sure I'm making my point properly. And the more I try, the better that YouTube video will be eventually, right? But Marco, how you doing over on YouTube? You build in Go? That's fine. I recommend building in all sorts of stuff. Learning Rust made me a better JavaScript developer, as an example, or better TypeScript dev. Learning Go made me a better TypeScript dev. Learning Elixir made me a better TypeScript dev. Holy shit, dude. That's insane that that worked. Are you kidding me? What? That is so crazy that worked. Now we get something weird when we select one specific item, or it's the amount of items. Do I mess with assembly? I've never needed to. Now, I'm very much, I'm an application dev, right? So, like, the product things are things I deeply care about, which is why I love just building projects here on stream. But what that means is I don't often care about absolute performance. I care about performance to a degree, but getting in and optimizing the assembly output from a Rust program, I don't care. When in doubt, clone it out. If the borrow checker complains, I'm cloning. If it complains about lifetimes, I'm cloning. I just don't care. And we've actually had someone take my code and the better version that didn't do clones all over the place and put it into Godbolt, and it actually generated the exact same assembly output. So at some point, like, trying to be smarter than the compiler is a bit futile. I heavily subscribe to not doing premature optimization except when you absolutely know that things are going to be necessary. So if I thought we were going to have 1,000 things in this list, managing the checked state would actually just be like a hash or a hash map lookup, right? Like an object lookup. But because we really just don't expect anyone to have more than like 10 to 20 of these things, yeah, we can just loop over the array. It's not a big deal. I would say considering performance is not a premature optimization. Blindly optimizing everything is premature optimization. So in many cases, you can predict when performance matters. And then in other cases, you can just determine that after the fact using flame graphs, etc. Yep. But okay, so one thing that we got going here is that this button is going outside of the scope we care about. I think we need like a max width on that. Let me double check it. Not max content. Okay, so one thing, I think we need display block on this. I think the button maybe needs max width. Well, there we go. So we could solve it that way. There's another way we could do this where it's like the 4 and then like plus 5 more or something. And what the hell is causing that? It's not even consistent. My stance on vibe coding. I think it's valuable for certain things. But there's just no way, with the size of context windows the way they are, that it's going to be able to jump into a massive project, right? Like you're going to have to maintain your context window in a sane way, which means you have to actually understand your project. We've seen that a dozen times, at least, where some vibe coder is doing their thing, and then they go complain like, I'm being hacked. Stop hacking me, guys. Well, yeah, it's because you have no idea what the fuck you're doing, and yeah, LLMs were trained on bad code in general anyway, so yeah, they're going to have vulnerabilities. They're just going to do that, right? So yeah, if you're not aware of what a SQL injection vulnerability is, you're going to have them. It's that simple. And when a project gets big enough, the LLM will start doing really, really bad things. I consider the problems that Levels.io ran into with this plane thing as a huge example of this. Yeah, you're in security, so yeah, you've got plenty of work coming down the pipeline eventually. Right? Senior engineers, same idea. They're going to have to go in and fix the bullshit that people vibe coded. There was a great post, right, by Dylan Beatty, the guy who wrote Rockstar, right? The Rockstar language that's just a fun kind of experiment. And the basic idea is, right, one of the genuinely positive things about tools like Copilot and ChatGPT is that they empower people with minimal development experience to create their own programs. Little programs that do useful things, and that's awesome. More power to the users. But that's not product development. It's programming. And they aren't the same thing. Not even close. And you'll kind of notice that that's what I was talking about just a bit ago, because this was fresh in my mind from yesterday. When you are building something from scratch, you're having to do product development eventually, right? What needs to happen? And when you're building a product, you have to build it for other people, which massively increases the scope of the project. If you just want to build something quick and easy, a program, right? To Dylan, programs are works on my machine code. The kind of things many of us crank out a few times every week. Experiments, prototypes, that script you hacked up to rename all the MP4 files in a folder. You know the one. No error checking, hard-coded path names. Does it work on Windows? Who cares? I'm on Linux right now and I got work to do. That's the point. Vibe coding is really good at hacking out programs, but not products. Products have way more significant scope, way bigger problems to solve, etc. So if people find vibe coding is a really good intro to programming and software development in general, well, that's awesome. It's bringing more people in that would have been turned off by it in the past anyway. But at some point, they need to recognize that building a product is not just hammering out the code. Yeah, sure, Connor. Yep. And sometimes that might be fine. Is that link shown to anyone else? If not, well, then you're good. Who cares? Right? But the moment you're having user input that other users see, well, then you got to deal with XSS and all sorts of shit. So it depends on the scope of the program. But yeah, this is a fantastic article. It really does sum up the same opinions that I kind of have on the process too. So then, yeah, if we're looking at what we're doing here, we can make this work, but the moment, oh man, we can't even reproduce it consistently. Oh God, I hate it so much. Where's that border now? What the hell, dude? That. I'm not letting that into a product I'm making. So even though we got this to work, awesome work, SwagDev, Really appreciate it. It's most likely a bug that got fixed, but now we're like hard stuck. We could try updating these to a .7. I don't remember if drop-down menu needs to be .7. Right, so I'll give this the old college try, and we'll see. If that doesn't fix that bug, I think we're still going to end up gutting the combo box. Because already having to tie these like minor and patch versions together, that's my nightmare. Now keep in mind, he did say it's just the minor versions. So we might be able to update to the latest via patch versions. So we'll test that too. But I at least wanted to see if this solves it. Nope. So yeah, 1.17 there. This is 1.1. That's 1.0. I don't even know what version we'd be looking at for that. But we should be good there. Wondering if React slot might be something we got to do too. But let's give this a shot. So that did solve it. So we might call it good. The moment we start dealing with like other issues for that, I think I'm over it, but I'm okay with it for now. So then, yeah, notification select. This button ends up needing max W full. Yeah, in my opinion, having to pin the versions of these things is a red flag in and of itself. But yeah, we can move on. So basically, we ran into an issue where if our minor versions of a bunch of these like radix components, if they were consistent or inconsistent. Well, no, swagdev. I think you're misunderstanding. We have to pin the minor version, right? So, yeah, it's still a bit of a pin though. Yeah, I mean, Xmetrics, it's Easter weekend. Like, dude. Yeah. But yeah, like, okay, so it's not a pin, but it's like close. I think technically we were on that anyway. Adults celebrate it when they have children. Bank employees look for any day off they can get, even if they don't have kids. In fact, yeah, a lot of the people across the world have a 3 day weekend. I think either Good Friday or the Monday after. I think there's actually yeah, I saw a thing crawling the news today that some legislation was introduced to make the Monday after Easter a federal holiday. Because it isn't technically, so it depends on your company if they want to give you that day off or not. I mean, the Friday before is called Good Friday. Like, that's what it's known across the world as. I believe South America, like Spain, probably Italy. I think a lot of those countries observe Good Friday as like a federal holiday or national holiday or whatever. All right, so we got the max width full on there. And yeah, we might not have to like pin it. I think the carrot was doing exactly what we were talking about, though, right? So we'll try it one more time. Um, we'll fiddle with the package versions. We'll add the carrot back because I think carrot does the minor version pin, right? Shit, I have to look this up every time. Package.json semver. Okay, so the tilde is just the patch versions. Okay. So yeah, we want the tilde, actually. All right, let's try it. Looks like... All right, so that one we actually did fine. I think most of these we actually had set right anyway, because it didn't actually install anything new. But the tilde should do this for us. Oh, and it turns out I didn't update the dialog. Let's double check the PNPM lock. So it is React Dialog. Why are we not getting the 1.10 for that? Oh, I'd have to do like update, right? All right, so that updated the 1.10. Cool. Oh, and it actually modifies the dependency version. I don't think I remembered that. Okay, whatever. I thought it would just do the lock. So was there a different command? Hmm. Whatever. All right, just want to double check that. Let's make sure it still works. Ah! Oh no! So then we do have to pin a version. Hold on. Wait. Did any of these minor versions diverge? No. Oh, I was gonna say, like, does it go away? It goes away when we click anywhere else. What if it's a zoom issue? No. I can't ship that. Right? Like, it would be irresponsible to ship a bug like that. And if I saw that in an app, I wouldn't be stoked. I get it. I don't wanna. You're right. If we're really looking at what the best use of our time is, we just pin React dialog. God, so how is it a bug with React dialog? What is React dialog doing that's causing that? We're going to skip this song. Yeah, I mean, we just, yeah, got to deal with it. I realized I didn't take a vitamin D today. Let me do that real quick. I wish we could do comments in package JSON because I would want to see this elsewhere. Like, I want to know why I pinned it. We can do this. Yeah. Yeah, you can't do that in your dependencies list, though. Right? So we have to put it above the dependencies. Well, I mean, Xmetrics, it's just a flaw in JSON. We could switch to YAML. Or TOML. And then we could just generate the JSON from it as like a build step. We have the technology. The problem is that a PNPM update wouldn't update that YAML file, right? They could adopt JSONB as a supported version or a supported format. That's another option. Is it JSONB? No, it's like JSON 5 or something. I don't know. I can't remember. JSON C with comments, but it's not heavily supported. Okay. Yeah, there's like a bunch of like flavors on top, but until PNPM supports it, it doesn't matter. Oh, it looks like that would work. Hell yeah, PNPM. Nailing it. Oh. No, it's not the trailing comma. Oh, it's because it removed the. Oh my god, really? I think that's prettier. Yeah, it's this. And I don't have a prettier config. Okay, so prettier mangled it, and it won't fix it. And instead of preserve, quote props, I think we want it to be like always or something, right? Is it prettier.config.json? Hold on. I'll delete that. Prettier RC is what it was. Whoops. Consistent is what we're looking for. But prettier is not accepting it. What the fuck, prettier? All right, let's close at least a few of these that we don't need at the moment. But yeah, that's cool. Learned today that PNPM supports JSON 5. That PNPM let me get another elm going. What up, Mr. Beta Skull? Are you saying what am I having for dinner tonight, or are you saying what are we doing here on stream right now? Those are two separate things. Tonight I'll probably just do chicken pot pies. They're nice and easy. right? I just turn on the oven. They're very predictable. I don't have to like babysit them. Because yeah, I think we might be playing some games tonight. Depends. Like I don't know. Not sure if Algo Bro and Acorn do anything for the holiday. Ooh, yeah, I forget how to pronounce it. A bolognese sauce or whatever. It's similar to a marinara, but I think bolognese has like meat in it. Like it's a meat-based sauce, or not meat-based, but it's basically like a meat marinara, right? Or like you use like rendered animal fat or something. Like I don't know. I can't remember. I gotta look it up. This is a foodie stream in disguise. Marinara is typically meatless. Bolognese is a loaded, slow cooked gravy. Really? Ooh, damn. Damn, this person's spitting facts. So yeah, stop using ricotta for your lasagna. It'll be grainy and dry in spots, right? Do a proper bechamel. Sure. And San Marzano tomatoes are not the end all be all of tomatoes. Stop being pretentious. Nice. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever had a bolognese, actually. Oh, carbonara is so good, though. I haven't made carbonara in ages. I kind of want to make a carbonara again sometime soon. But okay, back to coding. Spaghetti sauce? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the stupid American version of marinara. It's the same thing. Yeah. Dude, I need to work out more. But yeah, how's everyone's weekend going? You enjoying? You doing any fancy meals or anything this weekend? You often hear programmers are foodies that like to cook because it's just instructions, our forte. Maybe. I know plenty of programmers that don't cook at all. Right? Like Acorn. Acorn is not a cook. She microwaves her chicken pot pies. You know, like, there's a big difference. You just don't get that same crispiness that the oven would give you. But honestly, like, it's okay. Like, some people really like food, other people don't. I get it. Yeah, I really like eating a meal that I really like, you know? When you can make something exactly how you want it, that's a superpower. Like, man, yeah. And I was a broke snowboard bum for long enough that you basically have to learn how to cook because you can't afford to eat out every night. Like every morning, I would cook myself usually the same damn thing because I lived in a van, so I could only maintain summer sausage, onions, and potatoes. But man, I can do a really good potatoes, onions, and summer sausage like breakfast hash, like cubed potatoes, right? It's a country style. But dude, yeah, I'm really good at that, and it's delicious. It's a little oily, so yeah, if you're not a fan of olive or avocado oil, you know, like I get it. But man, ooh, so good, so good. But okay, back to the bug. I'm really happy that we can actually do this. That JSON 5 just works. That's kind of cool. Good job, PNPM. I want to see how it works if I add a library here at some point. Ooh, but you do end up losing VS Code's ability. Right? Now I can't hover and see the latest version. Hmm, that's annoying. Whatever. I don't care that much. All right, so back to what we're building. We're able to work around the issues we had. What I want to do here real quick is, yeah, for notification select, we don't need the search input. What's up, Hypnotic? How you doing? Yeah, right. We're not going to need that. Command group here. We probably want to do a max height. Yeah. I don't know. We'll say what? 250 px? Let's crank it down to 150 just to make sure it works. Ooh. Overflow Y scroll. We'll say overflow Y auto. Ooh. Hmm. Sticky notes and the fact that the soft glue was a mistake trying to make super strong glue for airplanes. Oh, I didn't know that. So command list instead of command group. Maybe that's what I need to do. Now it does look like command group is necessary. Shad CN combo box scroll. Mm. Okay, so hold on. Neo-brutalism, does that have scroll area? It does. Okay, so we just need to bring that in. Oh my god. Damn it, Shad CN. All right. We'll just put it back to JSON then. Yeah, JSON 5 issues. Yeah, and then that. Why we can't have nice things. Is what it is. Whatever. Whatever. Nah, it's fine. Okay, so scroll area. No worries, Mr. Beta Skull. All right, so one thing I want to do we've got this bit at the top where we're showing the dialog if keywords.length is empty. The problem is that keywords.length happens elsewhere and this component renders before that's happening, which is unfortunate, but not the end of the world. We're going to have the same problem on this page too, and I just want to fix it ASAP. But I don't want to get rid of it. I'm going to add it to do. I have no experience with that whatsoever, Mr. Beta Skull. I've never taken investment for a project. I'd like to at some point. I think it would be better if I have a track record of successful projects first. And I do feel like I've at least had a couple people offer. I just don't feel comfortable with it. Oh, add. So yeah, you should probably sub or get Twitch Turbo. Then you don't have any ads. But let me just reiterate what I was saying. I don't feel comfortable selling people on, like, getting investors for something that isn't real. And I also don't feel confident in soliciting investors without having a track record of successful projects. So this and Walter, once they are launched, I would be more open to soliciting investment for other stuff before launch. That's just a me problem. With a proven track record, I think it would also be easier to find a co-founder that is probably a little more like process oriented. Like, I am product oriented, but I am not process oriented. Like, making sure I file taxes on time and all that bullshit. Like, I'm really bad at like the business aspect of that stuff. And I can get better, but also I just want to build, man. So yeah, I do need a co-founder at some point. And I forget, where are you located, Mr. Beta Skull? You should definitely check out some incubators, like, apply to Y Combinator. You don't need a project to apply to Y Combinator. Oh, Denmark? Yeah, that's going to be tougher. I don't know if there's any incubators or anything in Denmark. I know in Germany, there's a way to apply for like government investment. We were reading about that the other day. But yeah, I'd love to apply to Y Combinator. Comes down to a confidence thing. I don't know if that's the case. I don't think it's an age thing. Right? Just because that's their usual base doesn't mean that it's not something they won't consider. Yeah, I know enough people that have gone through Y Combinator that I probably have a better than zero chance of getting in, right? Because I've heard, I don't know for sure, but I've heard that having alumni that can act as a reference is a really like, it's like a leg up, you know, like you have more of a chance. Yeah, exactly, Mr. Beta Skull. Yeah. Like, I wouldn't want to burn any of those bridges. Here's the thing, though. Like, consider Jamie Pine. He's one of those people who can sell. Like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. But yeah, he was able to get funding for Notify Me. He was then able to get funding for Space Drive. Has Space Drive hit any of their milestones? They used to have milestones. It does look like, you know, they're still working and hacking along. I don't like the fact that there's no dates on this stuff. Last month. Okay, yes, they're shipping. Oof. Yeah, I really wonder if they ended up having a bunch of scope creep. Like how much this stuff actually needed to be like worked on. It's interesting that, dude, even Pierre Rich, right? Pierre Richelson, what was their contribution? Hold on. What the fuck? He's an investor. Okay. I see now. Yeah, yeah. Co-founder, yep. Because yeah, CEO is fuzzy. When you're at a small company, CEO isn't actually like a great thing, right? CEO of a 20-person company is kind of a bullshit title. So yeah, that's been like a thing that I think a lot of people uh, have kind of been going through. I think they were really ambitious with what they were doing. And holy shit, dude, their team has had some major churn. Dude, their team has had major churn. I don't recognize any of these same people. So maybe Bullet dodged. He rated at one point and told me to apply. And then when I finally did apply, I didn't have the relevant experience all of a sudden. Like, yeah. My guess is there were other people on the team that maybe I had like had conflicts with here in chat or something. But he's never going to tell me that. Yeah, Jamie Pine. Yeah, he used to stream here on Twitch. I think he's more on YouTube now. Yeah, cool dude. 106. Yeah, man. Yep, I'm still streaming. Is that a one? No, that's like an L. Yeah, yeah. It's either an I or an L. Like capital I, lowercase L. Twitch's font doesn't let us know. But what up, oh 06? How you doing? And someone just subbed. That was you, wasn't it? Oh, 06. Thank you. We know what you said. We just do the replacement. It's okay. Right? Do it big. Nice. There you go. Nice. But yeah, I think their project is really cool. I want Space Drive to succeed. And dude, standard. Yeah, appreciate you, man. How you doing? Ethan, how was the new RuneScape game? I'm curious about that. Me and Robotic Head, I think we got to the end of like Act 3 or something like that. I don't. They don't have like a solid differentiation between the acts, but we've got our masteries. We're like level 20 something in not in the RuneScape thing in Last Epoch for people unaware of what we were doing yesterday. It's such a nicer experience than PoE2. Like I want PoE2 to be really fun, but man, their leadership is just blowing it. But okay, so the fix that we're doing, we need to wrap a scroll area. Still early access. They need to tone down the graphic effects. Gotcha. Interesting. The bloom is over the top. And can you not turn off the bloom? Oh, that's lame. Yeah, that's brutal. All right, so now we need to set a max height on the scroll area. I think we just got to do CSS. Or not CSS, Tailwind. Well, what the hell, man? I don't want to hard code the height. Max H should do it. Yeah, let's close some of these tabs real quick. Why the hell are the Shad CN docs the next application? Like, what do they gain? It's because he works for Next.js and they got to shoehorn their product into everything. Or he works for Vercel, sorry. Ooh, open source seems cool. Yeah, I kind of want to go to open source. It's kind of a cheap ticket. Oh, damn, but it goes way up real quick. Yeah, I don't think I'm paying that. All right, so why the hell is our scroll area not working inside of this thing? And we're going to do one more of these tests where go back to the keywords page. We're going to add that notification select again. And we're going to see if it's just a problem with being inside of a dialog. Okay, there we go. Nope. And yeah, you've yet to try the new Last Epoch launch, but overall you've heard good things. You enjoyed the previous version. You really respect the offline mode option of that game. Might seem small, but you think it's really neat they made it offline playable. Absolutely. Yeah, it's really cool. You know, like you could just fiddle with it and you're good. Um should we try and set height instead of max height? I don't want to hard code the height though. That's just gross. And that does it. I'm just running into so many issues with this combo box component. Let's double check it inside of the dialog. No way. So it works there, but the scroll doesn't. So I'm going to do this. Right? We're going to hack out something like this. right? Problem solved. We get scrollability as we need. We just ditch the combo box and do a checkbox list, and then we're done, right? Like, we're overcomplicating it. Yeah, we're just overcomplicating it. Let me go use the restroom. Clarity while we pee. I'm gonna pour some more water too. Yeah, I think that's what we got to do. We ditch the combo box. So then making sure that we do accessibility right for the checkbox list. That'll be important, but that should be easy enough. It's just standard checkboxes. Yeah, all right. BRB, gonna use the restroom. See you in a sec. Okay, so I'm back. Yeah. All right, so we're just gonna do the list like that. It's easy enough. The padding 4 is too much. But yeah, we'll just have to do some custom styling for it. It's not a big deal. I will pour myself a beverage and try and limit it to maybe just Saturday, 3 total. We'll probably do 2 here on this stream, 1 over on the other. for the holiday. We'll do some Basil Hayden. Woo! And yeah, how's everyone doing? What are y'all up to? Anything cool? Ethan, what class did you play last epoch with last time you tried it? I started a druid last night, which is fun. I'm considering Primalist. Yeah, Druid, Primalist. Yep. Yeah, that one's fun. Did you go Shapeshifter or did you go like minions? Hey, what's up, Candace? You're doing well, just working on some updates for work. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I went Beastmaster as well. The pet Velociraptor sold me. Yeah, I'm considering Necromancer, or whatever they call it, Witch, or I don't know the name. Because I picked up some good gear for the Witch, like some unique or whatever, right? Something part of a set. That's one thing that Last Epoch does really well. The uniques are actually useful. In Path of Exile 2, like the majority of uniques you find are kind of garbage. It's crazy. Like Last Epoch's just really smart about making the game actually fun. And yeah, like the fact that they even have like a way to skip the campaign like partway through is genius too. Like, man, yeah. They've done a lot right. So I did whiskey to there, which is some Basil Hayden, then water, and then lemonade mix. I call it a CM Griffing lemonade. I think technically it's a Lynchburg lemonade, but whatever. If you do the same thing but with tequila instead, it's a poor man's margarita. And we got Cinco de Mayo coming up. I'm gonna do proper margarita. But yeah, it'll be good. But yeah, Ethan, as a group, Last Epoch's even better. Like, just, because you can offset each other. So, like, like the loot lizards? Like, chasing them's a pain as the primalist, but Robotic Head played the wizard and was just fireballing them from, like, a screen away. So, like, yeah, it's really cool. So yeah, we're gonna get rid of the notification select. It's too buggy. It's got too many issues with it. The combo box for ShadCN sucks. Like, just straight up sucks. It probably works fine outside of dialogues, but yeah, combining the ShadCN combo box with dialogues is just a recipe for frustration. Which is a huge miss, in my opinion, but I understand that putting too much in dialogues is maybe a bit of an anti-pattern. I just didn't want to create like entirely separate routes for it. If I was doing mobile, right? If this was a mobile app, well then yeah, they'd be separate screens because modals suck on mobile. I don't expect a major amount of users to be mobile users, and we can make the dialogues we have work for mobile. So yeah, later notification select. It's nice knowing you. Goodbye. Nice to know you. Waking limb, pins and needles. Goodbye. Nice to know you. Yeah, like, dude, we were already having to do just too many of those hacks anyway. You know? Now, we do still need that one hack on the dialogue with the stop propagation on the interact outside. Or not, we needed the prevent default there. Because for creating a keyword, that's still going to have a dropdown. Right? Or not a keyword, sorry, creating a notification. So here, we're going to need that because this will eventually probably be longer than the dialogue itself. And I want it to be consistent where if we're going to disable click outside for one, we're going to disable click outside for all of them. So I'm going to keep that. I will say the Basil Hayden, it's a very different flavor. I'm going to say the Basil Hayden kind of sucks in the lemonade. I just got to get used to it, but yeah, something up with that. Fuzzy Wen, thank you for the follow. Ooh, and I missed that follow a while back. I'm so sorry. Too Big to Flail is an amazing name. Oh, I hope you're still out there. I really like that name. I actually find it's the opposite if you're talking about snowboarding. Bigger people flail way more. But that could be just like their arms are longer, so it's more pronounced. Hold on. I'm cleaning up a little bit of what we got left over here. Yeah, ULID we can close. Next.js Commerce. We did a little bit with. I do need to get that store going. Yeah. We're going to do that. One of these days. Not today. Yeah, it sucks that that work got put on hold. I can't publicize exactly why yet, but maybe we can come back to some content for that at some point. How to build your own Slack bot. Yeah, I need to keep that around because that will be relevant to this project. When it came to the polls, yep, we're going to keep this Wadham, Kikibo, Akvoda, Quotani. Quotani 1, Waleti we can't do. Kind of like Akvoda. But yeah. All right, so we'll leave that because that is some Walter stuff. I think, yeah, open source, probably not going to go. It gets real expensive to do the VIP stuff. Okay, so now we are back to this part. Manage notifications. We need to make these checkboxes. So one thing we could do we're going to wait on the thing I was just thinking. Yeah, what I was trying to think is we want to disable the save button if they don't change the checkboxes, right? Or if they check one and then uncheck one. If it's the same thing, then nothing was changed and who cares? But maybe we just leave the save button and we just don't do anything. The difference would be the way that we check if things have changed will involve looping over what is local here versus what is like passed in as the initially selected stuff. And looping over both of those things, while probably never going to be large arrays themselves, but on every render, less ideal. Instead, if we just do it on the click of the save, then it just happens once, and we just decide whether to make a request or not. I think that becomes pretty straightforward as far as the user experience goes, and then not making requests that we don't have to. But that's not a problem we have yet. What we need to do is we need to do the checkbox thing. So let's go back to neo-brutalism. I don't think I've brought in checkboxes yet. So we got to do that. All right, so then it's in keywords, and where are we doing that looping? It's down in here. And yeah, this is the part. We want this to be flex and a flex row, so we let that be default. We do a gap, let's say 2. And hold on, technically, yeah, we want to do items center. Nope, not that 4. It's HTML 4. This needs to be interpolated because we need the ID to be specific. Notification ID. Now, instead of... Well, hold on. Here we're doing the max H. If I do this and we comment out the div part and we make it a scroll area, that should still do that. Yeah, I want the scroll bar to be there by default. Because then if we make it 250, just for shits and giggles, right, it makes it taller, and it actually collapses just fine. So that's not bad. I didn't realize that about the scroll area. So that's why the height is less important. Oh, no, we're doing max H. If we were doing H, we'd have a problem. But yeah, the checkbox. We can just add the border, but there's something weird about that. I think we want border 1 on it. Border black. The checkbox styling is weird. Where the hell is the icon color coming from? And wait, they make it a button? What the fuck? That means, okay, so that actually works still. Okay, so the roll is satisfying that. I don't like it, but okay. So what styling is not coming through? That's breaking that. And hold on. Does the exclamation point go first? I don't remember. It does. Okay. So that worked. We can overwrite it there. The spacing's weird. That looks a little better. Okay. Okay. Tabability is not bad. Okay. All right, so then here in the label, Okay, so then on this span, we could do badge. I almost want to do like a tooltip for the unverified part. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Have I installed the tooltip component yet? I don't think I have. Looks like I did. All right. So, using a tooltip. Hmm. But we'd need to make it a button. What is it? Variant? Ooh, maybe not? Oh. So, that was my mistake. Okay, so then how quickly it shows? I want it to be immediate. And I think that's something we pass in as part of the props. Delay duration 700 is way too short. Okay, so then tooltip delay duration, we'll say 100. We could just set it to 0. We'll see how that feels. I like that. I think 20 is going to be too short. Way too short. 40? Is 50 even a thing? No. 52? Yeah, all right. I like that. Yeah, I think we're good there. And there you go, Tommy. Good job. Nicely done. All right, so let me get more music going. Okay, so now that we've got what I'm going to say is probably a good enough front end, I do want to put this back to maybe 150. Let's make it 180. I think that becomes pretty reasonable. And even then, I think this is going to be more than most people have for notifications anyway. Another thing right now for email and SMS, this will be good, but then for Slack and Discord, I don't think verification is going to be necessary that way, so the verified at isn't the right prop to listen for this, but we can figure that out. I think in the meantime, let's actually get to trying to send this data to the back end. And yeah, I like the scroll area versus just the standard scroll div. So we'll do that at least. So then here, when we do this part, yep. We don't know exactly what we want the props to be, but this is where we need to check if the selected notifications are different from the existing ones. Which means, yeah, this dialog or this component, not the dialog itself, but the component wrapping it, right? We've got notifications here. We're never going to use that setter. All right, so the backend needs to send back all of the notifications associated with it. We do want to use some state for that. One thing I want to do is, this might be a me thing. I like the atoms to go above state. Right, it's almost like a hierarchy, right? Because the atoms are like global state, whereas this is local state. As far as the local state goes, this is then going to be new keyword notifications. Which is an array of the notification response. And that same response is then going to get embedded into the full keyword response. Oh, but I spelled it wrong. Yeah, new keyword. That's just a new thing you haven't heard of yet. That's you know, you'll figure it out one of these days. Totally right. We fixed that part. So then default checked. And yeah, so we're going to have some syntax errors here because this is actually just keyword dot notifications. And I'm okay with that syntax error at the moment. Or type error, technically. Then here, this is going to be new keyword notifications dot sum notification ID. Yep. Hold on. Did it nail it on that one? I would say it nailed it on that one. Concat, though? I never use concat. Oh, I see. Eh, the perf of it isn't going to matter. So we can let that be. Yeah, I like that. I like that more. All right, so then when we submit, console log new keyword notifications. And yeah, I don't think this is going to be enough things for the big O to matter. So instead, we could do two things. We could just naively check every item and check for a difference. We could also sort ahead of time, or we'd even sort them both right here. I think I like the idea of sorting them ahead of time, just to be sure. And then just looping over them, determining if the thing at index 1 is equal to the thing at index 2. And we can just check IDs for that part. And not at 2, but like 1 for each. Yeah, I like that. So sorted new notifications or new keyword notifications is sure that right, and the IDs will never be equal, so we don't got to deal with the 0. And then this is sorted keyword notifications. Which will be an error for now. I'm okay with that part. Interesting the way Super Maven wanted to do that with a filter and then a sum. But we don't need to do that, right? Instead, we can just do wait, where did that go? Have I forgotten how to do a for loop? Oh, I see what happened. I was about to blow my mind. Like, what? How did I forget how to do a for loop? Oh, man. We don't want to return, but we can break the loop. So if it ever just doesn't, what we want to do is maybe say, like, let has difference equal false, has difference equals true. We can break the loop. Let's move this one all the way to the top. I just want to log it before we do anything. So then if we have the difference, make a request. Yeah, okay. So now we need to build out the backend functionality. We need to update our types so that keyword.notifications exists. Just double checking, thinking out loud here. Yeah. We're going to do has difference just to be sure. I cannot read properties of undefined reading sort. Yeah. So that part's going to be broken, right? Because, yes, that doesn't exist. But it will. So now, let's shuffle things around. Let's get the back end showing. And yeah, so we see keyword notifications here. All right, I do have to use the restroom again because I broke the seal. I'm thinking all of these endpoints go away besides just an update. Because we're going to put the notifications on the getter for keywords rather than keyword notifications, because fetching those things separately doesn't make any sense, right? Like, when would we ever fetch just the notifications? It can just be embedded with each one of these, which does complicate our like keyword fetching. But again, like, how many keywords are people going to have? We're going to start off with like a single keyword, $5. For 20 bucks a month, 5 keywords. For 50 bucks a month, I don't know, 20 keywords. Because why not? Something like that. I don't know. I kind of like that. Oh, and shit. Someone asked earlier if I have Instagram. I just now remembered that they asked that. No, I do not have Instagram. I don't do anything. I basically don't touch Facebook. I quit Facebook when they went IPO back in, what was it, like 2011 or whatever? But yeah, let me go use the restroom. I do think, yeah, I just want to gut all of these. We're just going to have an update endpoint on here. I think that simplifies things a bit. The only way this might benefit from having all these endpoints is if I wanted to do it for the admin interface, but I think thinking about the admin interface is already like you aren't going to need it kind of problem. Right? I need users before an admin interface makes any sense. Yeah. All right. So let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, and I'm back. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna say not gonna need it. Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent. And yeah, instead of update, it is still update. But it's not going to be a resource, so we don't get the ID in there. Keyword ID, yes. Notification ID, no. So really, this could go on a different controller. Just because we may eventually want to do it, though. We're going to do this, yeah. So update keyword notification params. Notification IDs is type array. Items is type string. We are going to have, let's see. So here, this is going to be alias. This is actually keyword controller. Keyword response. And this is update. Yeah. It's been an hour. We can pour another beverage. I'm really trying to start pacing myself better. Every once in a while, we get way too loosey-goosey. I'd say 1 per hour with a cap of, let's say, 3 per day. We can get loosey-goosey when we go out to conferences or something. But yeah, let's keep it solid any other time. We'll see how long I can keep that up. But that's the goal. The steps I take to solve problems, it depends on the problem. Number 1, identify the problem. Start thinking of solutions. Then evaluate which solutions make the most sense. Like, that's just a general thing. If you have a specific question, like a specific kind of problem, we could figure that out. If you're talking about debugging or like any of that stuff, like, I don't know, it's all situation based. As an example, if you would have been here earlier, you would have seen that we had a problem with a component that we weren't able to get like scrolling going in like a combo box. Well, it's not working in this place. Does it not work anywhere else? So then I just put the combo box outside of the dialog, just into the page, and it worked fine. So it turns out that problem is a combination of the dialog and the combo box together. To solve that problem, right? Like that was the diagnosis, figuring out the root cause. After you figure out the root cause, well then, you know, it's going to be based upon specifically what you're doing. You don't have to do that anyway. Yeah, solve problems as they arise. If you read the whole Apple API docs, you'd forget most of it by the time you got to doing something anyway. My favorite part of the Apple API docs, though. Ooh, buddy. Here it is. My favorite part of the Apple API docs is this constant. This is a string constant available in iOS when dealing with the contact list or whatever. It gets gnarly. Like, dude, this is the longest one, but it goes deep. Like, they got a bunch of them. Like, look at how long this list is, right? They deal with, like, nephews and nieces, and, like, oh my god. What does it do? It's just a string that identifies a relationship. So this is a relation of a younger cousin, mother's sibling's daughter, or father's sister's daughter. It's a meme at this point. I've never needed to use it, but I did do iOS stuff years ago. The fact that this is iOS 13 plus, this wasn't even in iOS when I was doing iOS stuff. I did most iOS stuff I've done back in like 2012. So it was probably like iOS 8 or something like that. So this didn't exist back when I was doing it. But one of the criticisms of Objective-C is that Apple loves these super long variable and function names. Yeah, no worries. Now, here's the craziest thing. This isn't actually that much of a problem when you're using a competent editor, right? Xcode makes this actually really easy. You just type CN and you already get like auto completions. You start typing label, you can hit tab to get to the next bit. Like, you might hit tab 3 or 4 times to complete this, but you're not having to type the entire thing. That's why I push back when people I respect even still say, like, oh, you need a fast typing speed to be a good programmer. I call bullshit. Auto completion has existed for ages, right? You need to be good at hitting tab. That's it. With a good editor, you're just a tab away, you know? For all the hate that Xcode gets, Xcode makes completing something like this extremely easy. You don't need to be able to type fast. Things that you type often enough, you'll end up being fast at typing anyway. I am a terrible typist. I look at my hands when I type. Totally. Like, not all the time. There's certain things I can do without looking. Right? Let's try it out. Right? So I can do git commit without looking. But the way I'm typing is like doot, 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 doot. Like, it's really bad. Like, I sit in the home row, but I don't type proper home row style. Because I don't need to. One of the best examples of that are my parents. My dad, at least back when he was programming, used to brag about how fast he can type and blah, 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 but he didn't actually write much software, at least in like the most important part of his career. He was a hardware guy. He was writing documentation and like, you know, like specifications. Sure, you might need typing speed for that. You don't these days because you can just dictate that shit. My mom is actually way more of a software person than my dad. And my mom types terribly just like I do. Bam! Like she raises her hand off the desk pretty damn high to hit enter. You know, like bam! Like you can hear it in the other room. Like yeah, it's really gnarly. So at the end of the day, I have that anecdotal evidence of the software that was written by both those two. My mom's is way more important, and her typing speed is way less. Like, way less. Because it doesn't matter. Especially as editor tooling and everything has gotten better. What do I think about Zero Dev? Are you talking about the email thing, like zero.email, or are you talking about like V0, like the UI thing? Oh, the sync engine. The sync engine seems really fucking cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's the one by yeah, yeah. Is it just zero.dev? No, that's not it. No. Zero Sync by Rocky Corp. Yeah, no, this seems really, really cool. I really like the idea behind it. They're the same people that did Elasticache or whatever, right? No, not Elasticache. What was the name of it? Replicache. That's it. I knew it had cache in the name. Yeah, Replicache. Yeah, it's the Replicache people. I think it is very promising. I want Zero to be successful for sure. In a lot of cases, the local first approach is really annoying without using some kind of engine like this. Seems hard to deploy? Why is that? I don't know convex. There are a lot of like sync engines or whatever, right? Like I haven't used Zero, so I have no idea. Hold on, let me double check again. So are you saying over here in their docs deployment? No. So it's just using Lightstream. Lightstream's magic, which is really cool. The WebSocket thing I find the most annoying because WebSockets are inherently stateful. And I prefer stateless backends. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to actually try it. Right, like basically you can just provide a Docker image and you're done. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Right, like a single node fly.io, right? This guide doesn't look that bad. Oh, 1 second. So SST.0? Oh, ZZT? So I know about SST. I was curious if they actually had an SST.0. You're saying it's in their docs or whatever. Like they have an example in here using 0 or something. Yeah, I know Dax. Yep, I met Dax. He's cool. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I know Dax is a big fan of 0, so you can probably look forward to an SST.0 in the future. Like he's a huge fan of Replicache in general too. So yeah, you could probably count on Dax to implement a good abstraction when he thinks it's stable enough to do so. He's most likely using 0 on his own stuff anyway. He uses 0 in the console code. Okay. Sure. Yeah, I don't know. My guess is he's waiting to do anything with it until they say they're out of alpha or whatever. Because it would be silly to build some abstraction on something that's alpha. Now, he could do it for his own thing because he's willing to go and update it. But I don't see why he would put any effort into making like a broader SST wrapper around something that's alpha still. That's fine, but that's something he maintains versus something he would have to document. You know? There's like an entire like level of complexity added when you make something for other people. Yeah, it seems interesting to me. I also would just want something dead simple. Like, personally, I'm waiting for Zero just to deploy a cloud, and I'll just use that if the pricing is reasonable. Because the amount of effort it would take to do it myself, I could get something launched real quick and then just use Zero Cloud instead. Right? Plug in your S3 bucket and they do the replication for you. Boom. Easy. No problem. Plug in wherever your data lives and they just handle the sync servers. Yeah, that sounds awesome. That is my guess on how that will eventually work. They're just working on the core functionality first. Yeah, I mean, this seems very, very promising, but I am not an early adopter. I need people like Dax, etc., to put in the hard work ahead of time. Because I just want to make stuff work, you know? Part of why I picked Elixir is that Fly.io has made it good and easy to deploy at this point. I really liked Nanobox for Elixir stuff back before DigitalOcean bought it and killed it. I still hold a bit of a grudge against DigitalOcean for that. I've done Docker deploys of Elixir, and that almost defeats the purpose, right? Because creating like the cluster is so much more work. So yeah, I don't know. I'm still a little upset at DigitalOcean for that. I still use DigitalOcean, but man, would have been a whole lot cooler if they just kept it going. All right, but let's keep going. Good questions though. Like, yeah. Part of the fun of streaming is like these kind of chats. So yeah, anytime. And then real quick, Imam, thoughts on XChat, the new messaging platform replacing X's direct messages? I got no thoughts. Yeah, dude, Elon's head is up his ass. I'm not a fan. I'm an anti-fan. I massively dislike that dude. He's just so goddamn cringe. Like, he is not a person that you would ever enjoy actually hanging out with. Right? There's no way having a beer or a whiskey with that dude would be a good time. It's just not possible. He'd be lying his ass off as he chats with you, pretending he's a genius. We've all met people like that, right? Does he? I don't know. Check some of the most recent news about it. Trump likes money, but we don't want to get too political here. There's at least a thing where there was a meeting and Elon wanted to go, and Trump was like, no fucking way that dude should be allowed in the meeting. You can look that up. That's a thing. Like, he swore. He literally swore about it. I don't know about the exact quote, because I forgot the exact quote because I don't care about that as much. But he literally swore, saying don't let him into the meeting. Yeah, sounds about right. But yeah, let's try and stay away from the politics. I know I started it, but the X chat thing kind of kicked it off too. Yeah, something different, please. So, what do I enjoy most about coding and streaming? The chat, the community. Like, I have learned a shitload streaming, just building stuff. Right. So, number one, I really enjoy building things. And if it's just me on my own time, I actually have a hard time motivating myself to work on side projects. Here on stream, I know I get a little distracted, but you guys don't hold a candle to how much I can distract myself. So instead, this is a way for me to stay focused. I know that sounds crazy, right? But I don't work on any of my side projects off stream. So any progress you see has been 100% stream driven. Now, I do that on purpose because the moment I do start focusing on working off stream, the value might not be there. But I've done the same thing like back when I was a snowboard bum. There were days where I didn't necessarily want to snowboard, but I had to because I was working in the terrain park. So I had to go snowboard basically every day. That's huge. Because some of the best days I've ever had, I wouldn't have been up there because it was a night stream, like a night session where I was working, but I ended up riding like some of the best powder ever. The highway closed on both sides. It's like me and like 10 other people on the entire fucking mountain. Power went out and I was riding by like the orange emergency lights, chucking into Skyline Bowl right there, like under the Skyline lift, like just jumping into it, like catching easily 20, 30 feet of air into just epic powder. It was dry. It was filling in every run. Like up on the ridge, you'd take a run on the groomed runs, but it wasn't groomed because it was powder. Your track would be filled in by the time you got back up to the top. I actually did something where I stood as still as possible on the chairlift on one of the runs, and I had easily that much snow caked up on me. Like, best day I've ever had, and I wouldn't have been there because I don't typically ride nights anyway. Like, night riding is kind of shitty, depending on, the weather. So I definitely benefit from having, like, dual reasons to do things. I just snowboard. I don't ski. The independent rotation of each leg sounds terrifying to me. Hell no. Nah. Nope. No thank you. I don't have any beef with skiers. Honestly, skiers make backcountry riding better because they put in like the skin tracks that I can walk up instead of having to like post hole to the backcountry stuff I want to do. So yeah, skiers, yeah, it's an ecosystem where we need them, but I'm not going to do it. But yes, back to stream. There are days where I don't necessarily want to stream as much, but if I want to work on my side project, I got to stream it. And by holding myself to that like rule, I think I enjoy streaming more than other streamers do. Helps me keep motivated to keep streaming. On days where I don't necessarily want to work on the thing as much, well, I actually just want to hang out with people because I work from home and I don't get that much of like a social life. So based upon the mood of the day, I can still scratch an itch. Streaming does that for me. Temptation bundling. I've never heard a word for it, but I absolutely do that. For free for. Like I'm making excuses? Or you're saying like if you wanted to work on your project, you would make an excuse to just do it, right? Like, I don't know. Maybe, I'm not sure what you mean there for free for. Welcome back, Space Case. Yeah, I've never heard temptation bundling, but it's something I've done because I know myself in a way, you know? And hold on, I missed a question. Do I make money from development directly? I'm currently a developer advocate. You're saying I make excuses. Like I'm making excuses in doing it. Like, isn't that literally what I just said? There are days where I don't necessarily want to stream, but I want to work on my project. So I got to do it here. I don't know. 434, you seem like you're trolling at this point. Right? First message in chat. I don't know, man. Well, hold on, mod. We didn't need to time him out. Yeah. No. Yeah, take it easy, Space Case. Like, I don't mind doing the timing out stuff. Right? They're not a brand new account. It is their first message, but they've been following since 2021. That means something, at least. I would encourage you to check that stuff first, but it does seem a little bit like they are trolling. And I think they deserved the right to contest that. I appreciate it, Space Case. Like, in general, I don't expect anything of mods other than being a part of the good vibes. You know? So, in general, just be a good example for other people, and that's all I need from my mods. I am okay with being the one that bans people. Or times them out, etc. I often would prefer that last say. That's fine. I don't like it that much either. I'm just kind of lazy. I'll probably be shaving it here eventually. It was mainly just to try it out because I didn't get a chance to try it, not like 2024, but 2023 because I was looking for a job. And yeah, while I'm looking for a job, I definitely do the clean shaven thing because I look younger. There's a meme about it, right? Dev with a job, full beard, unkempt hair. Dev without a job, fucking suit and tie and fucking fully clean shaven, blah, blah, blah. That meme's a meme for a reason. Oh, I did. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm actually like a little bummed because now if I shave, it's gonna be like, oh, you just did it because Theo did it. No, motherfucker. Like, me having a mustache is the edge case, okay? But I'm just, I don't know. I haven't decided to shave it yet. Pretty much the next time I need to, like, trim it, I'm probably gonna, like, shave it off anyway. Just because trimming's such a pain in the ass. But yeah, 434. Like, if you think it's an excuse, then think it. Like, I don't care. If you think I'm making excuses, go for it. Like, what excuse am I making? Did I just want to stream? Okay. Like, all right. If you're not aware, there is a massive metric for streamers. Right? The percentage of streamers that quit streaming by year 3 is 81% of streamers. And I'll be hitting year 7 in June. Do you think it's just because I like streaming, or do you think it's that temptation bundling? And it's fine, Space Case. Like, yeah, it's one of those things. There's a lot of streamers that are a part of this statistic. 81% of them, actually. Sure. I just like it. If you think I'm making excuses, I'm just curious what excuse you think I'm making. So yeah, temptation bundling is a strategy that combines a desired enjoyable activity with a less appealing but beneficial one to increase motivation and reduce procrastination. Yeah, I agree with that. But there is a subtle difference, at least I think, in the way I do it. Where the thing you want to do versus the thing that you're doing because of it, those things actually change day to day. So yeah, like very much like I was saying with snowboarding, there were days where I didn't want to snowboard, but I had to work that day, and I worked in the terrain park, and I had to snowboard as working in the terrain park. Like I had to do it. But one of the things that I really have recognized in my life is there are times where I force myself to do something because I'm thinking like, whatever, like, it's not going to be that fun. And the times where I force myself to do it and do it anyway, there's at least like maybe a 10% chance that I enjoyed it so much more than the other times I've done it. Like when I was going to that concert the other night. I really liked the concert, but I was actually thinking like, you know what? I could just skip the concert. I could just stay home. I forced myself to go, and that was awesome. And, you know, truth be told, there was a cute girl kind of like behind me-ish. I don't know, like over on this side. I like glanced back, we made eye contact, and she moseyed up and we started chatting. Like I wouldn't have had that experience without putting myself out there, even though I didn't necessarily want to put myself out there. That was cool. It made me realize I still got it. Because yes, I am not very good at approaching women. I am somewhat lucky that they will often approach me. I realize that's a privilege. That is luck. Whatever. But I like it. And I wouldn't have had that experience. I wouldn't have had that, like, self-esteem boost without going to a thing where I was questioning if I actually wanted to go. I don't even think it's charisma. Like, it's superficial for sure. But the part that I'm stoked on is Chubby Chris still has it. If I lose some weight, ooh, then I really got it. But even Chubby Chris gets approached. I like that. Yeah, I've had that happen just so many times in my life where like my friends are like, yeah, let's go out and do something. And I'm like, I don't know, I kind of want to just stay home, but I go out anyway and I have a great fucking time. It's not every time, but it's often enough that I just gotta like not listen to myself when I want to like be antisocial. Yeah, exactly. Company offsites. Just working with my, going out and hanging out with my coworkers. How much fun could that be? And then you realize, oh no, it was a great time. Had a blast. I don't know if it's anxiety. I'm just lazy. Like the effort of getting fully dressed instead of like my at home like tracksuit pants or whatever, right? Like putting on a proper pair of pants and shoes and leaving the house and driving out there and like sitting through possible traffic. Like, you know, I wouldn't say it's anxiety, it's I just don't want to put up with some shit. Right? I think we've all watched, or most of y'all have watched me enough that I don't like putting up with bullshit. My tolerance for bullshit is pretty low. Traffic is bullshit. Commuting, just spending 30 minutes in a car to get somewhere is bullshit. Finding parking in Seattle is bullshit. Like all these things add up to just like a threshold of how much bullshit do I want to put up with today. Oh, I definitely do get anxiety, just not for that anxiety. And I appreciate that, Mr. Beta Skull. I know I have probably like a stricter requirement for the vibe that I expect of people than a lot of other streamers do. But you know what? That's part of making this a place I want to come back to every day. And I appreciate y'all for helping facilitate that. Yeah. Okay, I get it there, Space Case. That makes sense. And hold on. Someone asked one question that I forgot. Do I make money from development? No. Sicario, compensation wise, how has streaming been for me? You're looking at starting to look into it just for fun. I make anywhere between like $4,500 and $6,000 a year from streaming. Like anywhere between like 400 to on an edge case like 600 per month, which is awesome. Like you guys are the best. Like super cool. Now, is it something I can retire on? Hell no. There's nowhere in the US I could live that would actually pay my rent and my bills and all that stuff. But it helps. It's really cool. I get that, Mr. Beta Skull. But yeah, we don't need to do it here. Anyway, can we get back to some coding? Let's get back to a little bit of coding. I should go. Well, hold on. Let me double check what everyone's up to. Like, are we gaming tonight? Let me check with the crew. Yeah, brainless. We're on the Elixir part right now. I don't know, Space Case. I'm not sure. I reached out to the rest of the crew just to see. Pretty sure Robotic Head's in. Haven't heard from Algo Bro. And haven't heard from Acorn. But if Algo's out, Acorn's probably out. That's how that tends to go. And then maybe it's just me and Robotic Head doing whatever. No, I do that on a separate stream. All right, so, and it's not for a new keyword notifications, for updating keyword notifications. There we go. Over here on the router, yep, this part goes away. We'll comment it for now. This is just the regular API. But basically, we're going to have a post notifications update. Good to go. And yeah, the admin stuff is definitely not something we need entirely, but we'll leave it. Yeah, so endpoint wise, that looks good. Now we need to fill out what's inside of that. And yeah, this might end up being one of the slower endpoints. But I don't expect this to be frequently hit. So we're going to have org ID as one of the arguments. This is then keyword ID. But yeah, hold on. Imam, you asked if I make money as a dev. I'm a developer advocate. Sorry, I just realized I didn't fully answer your question. But I worked as a dev for around 10 years. As a developer advocate, my role is very content focused. So videos, etc. So get keyword notification. Nope. That. I'm going to say nope. So we can log the params. So then we do existing notifications. New notifications is then going to be, yeah, so hold on. We get org ID, keyword ID, keyword notification params is going to be more like notification IDs. To get notifications, from here, what we want to do I almost want this one to be a thing that just fails, right? Like, so if we're fetching notifications by IDs, and one of the ones passed doesn't exist, that's just an error, and we just throw an exception for that. So then we want to loop over these things. I mean, they're all Turing complete languages, so you can do anything you want with them. So instead of new notifications, this is going to be notifications from request. Hey, JD does dev, Mr. Sir. How you doing? What are you up to? All right, so competitive mobile minesweeper in Godot or Godot, and then creating a leaderboard in Drupal. Oh, fancy. Yeah, that sounds cool. So it's a service that your game is going to have in the game, right? Like you're going to consume the API in the game, but you may also want to have like a website for like the leaderboard for that part. So people could check the leaderboard from anywhere, right? They don't even need the game, but they can just navigate to the site to see too. Curious about that, but sounds cool. I haven't used Drupal in ages. I would assume that it's actually kind of good these days because they're using a bunch of like shared components with, I believe they share stuff with Laravel and Symfony and like all that, rather than everything being built ad hoc. Yeah, using a lot of Symfony stuff. Yeah, I think Drupal these days uses Symfony core components as well, right? Like as part of the framework, not even like stuff you got to bring in. Yeah, that's cool. I think that was really smart of them. I think, yeah, that's something I really like about that ecosystem. There is a major like shared community of like building blocks, very similar to what we have in JavaScript these days too. But like, yeah, it took a while for PHP to get there, in my opinion. And a lot of it stems from the fact that a lot of things were developed in a way that was weird, but the PHP framework interop group made all of this stuff possible, in my opinion, right? Like auto loading, interfaces, the HTTP mumbo jumbo, right? Coding style. Like, yeah, the framework interop group. Really cool. I forget the difference between a PSR and a PER. Oh, evolving recommendations. Got it. Oh, yeah, for sure. But right, like PSR1, yeah, I guess the evolving one is this, the coding style, which kind of makes sense. But yeah, the fact that PSR2 is like deprecated is interesting to me. I mean, it does kind of get that way there, JD. It just happens that PHP has a better standard library, right? Most of what Lodash does is, built into PHP's standard library anyway. But yes, caching, HTTP handlers, like Larry Garfield, he's the Drupal guy, isn't he? I think he is, right? So yeah, the fact that he's like core to a bunch of these things is really cool. Oh, not anymore. Okay. Oh, was that because of the politics stuff back in the day? Source subject. Yeah, my bad. My bad. I think I remember hearing some of that. Just because of his lifestyle, he got ousted, which I think is terrible, but maybe I misunderstand the subject. I'm not that deep in it. Yeah, no, I get it there, JD, and we don't have to dig into it any further. I think I met him once. Seemed like a nice dude. He's opinionated, sure, but I don't know. Most people are. But yes, thank you for the raid. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for bringing your audience here. People joining us, we are working on some Elixir stuff. Right? It's not even necessarily like politics. This is like other politics, right? Not even like government politics. This is other politics bullshit. Which doesn't need to be mentioned. Doesn't We don't need to drag him through the mud. Like you can go look up any of that stuff. I still think all this stuff is really cool. This framework interop group thing is huge, right? Languages like Go have the ability to be like idiomatic, and that's how they do the framework interop stuff. All right, just use the standard library as your like core abstraction for HTTP requests, etc., and then you're broadly compatible. Pretty cool. Rust doesn't have anything nearly as robust in that way, but Rust has Tower, which is about reusable, shareable things, right? So yeah, Tower's pretty cool. But yeah, I think this is just a general thing that ecosystems need to do. You need reshareable things between frameworks. And the front end, we could have had web components be that, but framework authors didn't care enough, so it just never happened. I blame React. Pretty much every single other framework considered web components at a more like core level than React did, and React finally got like full support for web components with I think React 19. Might have been 18, but I think it was 19. Like that's crazy. They dragged their feet so hard that it basically killed it. Like I blame React for web components being a shitty abstraction. Like, and it's not shitty because of just web components. It's shitty because the interoperability sucks. And React is the biggest part of that problem. Does it keep me from using React? No. But I think you're lying to yourself if you don't think React has the heaviest hand in web components being not the thing they could be. Capitalization for public versus private is my biggest gripe against Go, for sure. The community is actually a bigger gripe, but I believe it's gotten a little bit better since then. Like, the community for Go for the longest time was read the fucking manual. Like, did you read the Go book? Did you even read the Go book? Like, oh my god. Ugh. Yeah, Go developers are the biggest blight on Go. Not the language, not the standard library. The people that think Go's the best. But Rust has the same problem. Yeah, maybe. Well, let me get more music going. And how's everyone's day going? Yeah, it is a Saturday. I do still want to have another whiskey. I haven't heard from the gaming crew. Looks like Algo Bro's probably going to be a no-show because he would be looking around now. It might just be me and Robotic Head playing some more. Last Epoch, which I'm okay with, but that means that we're in no rush. So yeah, Space Case. I'm not sure if we'll be playing Repo tonight because that's a full group thing, you know. Like we would need at least 4 people to make it fun, in my opinion. Like me, you, Robotic Head, and one other person. We could do it. Like I'm sure we could get Alex in. Are there any games that you're playing, Space Case, that you'd want to maybe like group up for? Do you have Last Epoch? I could start a new character. I kind of want to do the. You don't? It's on your wish list though. Okay. Yeah, I mean, just consider it like Path of Exile, but it actually respects your time and it wants to make the game fun, you know? It's not there to punish you. I think that's really cool. Well, how about this? One second. Wait, are you sure it's in your wish list? Hold on. Because I don't. Like, I just searched you. I want to make sure I'm, like, finding the right person. Are you sure it's in your wish list? And then I guess, is your icon that weird, like, almost purple color with someone, like, yelling at the screen? Okay, so that's you. I just wanted to make sure. 1 second. Okay. I mean, whatever. You'll find out soon if that was actually you. As an example, for a Tota, it showed that it was in his wish list. But for you, it didn't. So I don't know, man. Let me know. Did I send that to the right person? Check your email. There you go. Yeah, no worries, man. So if we end up playing that, you can join us. Up to you. Let's say maybe get it downloading now, just in case. But let's continue doing our Elixir stuff. So yeah, for everyone joining from the raid that just happened, we're setting up a backend endpoint so that people can associate notifications to a keyword. Right? So if we were to uncheck this and then click save, we would then remove the one that we unchecked and make sure that the one that is checked gets added, and we should be good. And shit, someone clipped me? Uh-oh. What did they clip? Oh no, what did I do? Oh, I hope it wasn't that bad. I'm always a little curious when I see a clip. Okay, great tools for coding. Yeah, no, that's awesome. Yeah. I'm glad you enjoyed that clip. Yeah, we were talking about the, framework interop group stuff, for sure. Damn, Coding with Strangers clip of my Vince Carter hot take. 49 views. That's not good. Oh, damn, Surly did a clip that got 227 views? Ooh, that's a 3-ply song? Yeah, Luna? Oh, man, yeah, this is good. I didn't actually see, like, some of the other clips that were made. Oh, but my clips don't have audio. Damn, yeah, that's a problem. I need to work on that. What's up, Dung Sprint? How you doing? So yeah, for this endpoint, we don't want to do this exact loop, right? It's more like as we map over these, it's because of the way I have the audio split. So my VODs, like, well, hold on. They should have my microphone. It's the audio of, like, the desktop they don't have. So they'll have my microphones. That should be fine. But it's the way that I'm, like, splitting out how I send audio to Twitch, right? Like, my VODs don't get, like, the music that we play. That's, like, the DMCA free part. So, yeah, you should be able to get, like, my microphone audio. Dude, Space Case? Like, come on, man. Dude, you didn't have to do that. That completely defeats the purpose. Like, dude. Space Case. Like, you know. Okay, I get it. You didn't have to do that. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. How long you been subbed? Like, I was just giving your money back to you. You know, like shit. That defeats the purpose, man. So yeah, who got one? Owen, Real G, Tivian, uh, ooh, Cerzera, Vortex, Anya. Oh, I recognize that name. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. Man, that was just like 4 days ago, too. Oh, shit. Namasterful or Namasterful? Namaster? I don't know how to pronounce that, but Namasterful. How you doing? What you up to? And then Childs. That's a solid one. I had it right at the end there. So Namasterful. Yeah, it's a play on Namaste. Like I understand that, but it's actually hard to say. Like the A instead of air. Like I don't know. It's hard to do the A right. But yeah, masterful. There you go. If I just say namaste, would that be it? Because the namasterful, I mean, I could say namasterful. Like, the more I'm saying it, it's not exactly what my brain, like, sees, but I think it's probably close enough. Oh, namasterful. Okay, okay. I thought you were saying it needed to be like the air part. Okay, namasterful. Oh, that's way easier. All right, we're good. And what's up, Ayato? How you doing? So hold on. Let me double check a thing. Ooh. Yeah, no. A person we saw on the list, like full transparency, reached out to me for like a job opening. It does not pay what I'm looking for. Like at all. I'd be taking a massive pay cut. It does sound like a cool product, though. But yeah. Oh, it does look like Algo Bros in. Well, okay. I'm not looking. Someone just reached out for a thing. So I figured I'd like give it the old college look. Right? Like window shopping. I'm not looking to buy. But I'll at least like look at the price tag. No, I'm at a role I really like. Right? With, doing dev advocacy for a product I like as well. And making a salary that is pretty damn solid. So yeah, it's I don't know. There are companies that don't value developer advocacy enough, in my opinion. All right, so real quick though, let me go do one thing. I'm gonna go get the oven heating up. I'm gonna use the restroom, and then we're gonna continue building out this back end stuff. And we're gonna do it the naive way on just like per keyword notification combo. And then eventually we should be able to create a SQL query that will do like all of the keywords at once. And we won't do the delete here. We'll do like a mess or like a bundled delete, right? Like delete where, and it's like multiple keywords, like, or multiple IDs rather than just one at a time. But at first, I want to make this work. But let me go pee, let me go turn on the oven, and I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm back. Um, it does look like. Sorry, 1 second. Space Case. It does look like we're gonna play Repo tonight because Algo's in. Yeah, sounds good. And you said you start work on Monday or Tuesday? Because if you're trying to play tomorrow, we can do some stuff. Yeah, I'm probably not going to start over there until, like, oven's heating up. It'll be 5 to 10 minutes before that's up to temperature. Then it's like 50 minutes for the pot pies. But, like, probably around 7 my time, so about 40 minutes from now ish. You'll be up pretty late tonight. Okay, cool. Yeah, that works for me. And who knows? Maybe Algo Bro gets tired and we play some Last Epoch for a little bit. Do I stream Repo? Yeah, I stream it over on a different channel, though. I have a gaming channel. And keep in mind, I would say it's less entertaining than this one. I have a good time over there, though. And yeah, the content ranges from gaming with people on Friday, Saturday night, and then other nights it's typically like co-working, where like I gotta we just watch some TV shows and I get some shit done. So if it's not your cup of tea, I get it. But if you're curious about why I split the two channels, it's because we'll get maybe 5 people watching over on that channel without raids. It's a big difference compared to this one. And there was at least a time where I was like focusing to get partner on this channel. I never would have gotten it if I was gaming to only 5 people on the same channel, right? Like, just look at the Primogen. When he games, he's easily like a third of his audience. NBA playoffs rather than play-ins. I get it. Wait, what team is playing tonight? Real quick, X Factor. Like, I haven't paid any attention to the NBA, and I probably won't look any of this stuff up. So I'm a little curious. What teams are going? I assume the Lakers are in the running. Lakers versus Timberwolves. Are the Timberwolves actually a solid team these days? I haven't watched basketball, especially the Timberwolves, since like Kevin Garnett was a player, like old school. OKC versus Grizzlies. Got it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know any of like the major players besides like the people on the Lakers and Golden State. And I think Golden State, didn't they get eliminated? Because Draymond fucking sucks. I think Golden State got eliminated because of fucking Draymond. I don't like that dude. I really don't like Draymond Green. I think that's his name, right? Like, dude, just a flop artist, shit talker who can't back it up. I really don't understand how he's still in the league. Oh, okay. In the play-in tournament. Hold on, wait, what is... Oh. Wait. Is the play-in where, like, the wild card gets selected? Is that it? What's the difference between the playoff and the play-in? I have no idea at this point. I've seen people saying play in, and I thought that was just, you can be first place loser or something. Like, I don't even know. Close but not clinched. Okay, so it's basically to get the wild card slot, right? I get it. I get it. So they're not eliminated, but they're so close to elimination. Whereas people that are in the playoffs, they get like a couple weeks off to rest or something. Is that it? Got it. Okay. Oh, that makes sense. I like that. That's kind of cool. So it's not even for the wild card. Okay. These are just the people that weren't like guaranteed. You're not a fan? Yeah, I find it kind of confusing. I'm a 90s basketball fan myself. Like, dude. Like, Penny Hardaway and Shaquille O'Neal in Orlando. Right? Like, that's the era, right? Jason Kidd, like, you know, all those guys. Like, I know Jason Kidd was like a little later. He was like early 2000s, but still, that's my era. Grant Hill, like, all that shit. Like, the movie Blue Chips. That's my jam. I'd say, as far as my favorite basketball movie ever made, and I know Hoosiers fans, I'm sorry, it's not one. It's a toss-up between The Air Up There and Blue Chips. But I was such a 90s basketball fan, I even watched Forget Paris. I'm such a 90s basketball fan, I even watched Forget Paris. Like, dude, it's barely a basketball movie. But Billy Crystal plays like an NBA ref. So there's enough basketball in it that it totally worked for me. And then there's like the grandpa. You wanted it? You got it. Toyota. You wanted it? You got it. Toyota. Like, dude. I have fond memories of Forget Paris, but holy shit, dude. It is barely a basketball movie. No, if you want to consider Like Mike the best basketball movie, I think you're ignoring Slam Dunk Ernest. You are sleeping on Slam Dunk Ernest. Basically the same plot line. Basically the same plot line. All you need to know, it's Ernest from Ernest Goes to Camp playing basketball. Slam Dunk Ernest. Hold on, what's the plot? Hold on. What's the plot? Ernest P. Worrell becomes a basketball star after an angel bearing an uncanny resemblance to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar gives him a pair of magic sneakers. That's basically Like Mike. That's the entire fucking plot of Like Mike. Are you kidding me? They just ripped it off. Fucking Lil Bow Wow and his fucking agent pulled a fast one. Now, yes, I have a very soft place in my heart for anything Jim Varney. Ernest Goes to Camp is probably one of my favorite movies ever made. Like, that movie's amazing. Like, even the song he sings, Sure I'm Glad It's Raining. But yeah, anyway, sorry. Enjoy your basketball, X Factor. Yeah. We can talk basketball movies, especially 90s basketball movies, another time. And yes. All right, the cap I was putting myself on, it's hard to do on a Saturday night, okay? I wouldn't necessarily call it a problem, but it could be better. Some people would consider this the moment where it truly becomes a problem. But, you know, we got days where we can limit it. On a Saturday night, on a holiday weekend, I don't know, man. I'm not driving anywhere. But okay, real quick. Yes, we got more code to do. We got some stuff to do for these endpoint things. But I just turned on the oven, and I bet it's heated up. So let me go throw these pot pies in, because they take like 50 minutes to cook. So I'll be right back. Pies are in. I always forget that they need 400 degrees, not 375. So that's on me. I had to crank the heat, but I threw them in anyway. And 50-ish minutes from now, we'll be at 7:25. We can end stream a little before then, but yeah. Let's continue hacking out this backend stuff, because I think we can make this work pretty quick. And I'd love to have this finished tonight, so then tomorrow we can move on to some of the other stuff. Because, yeah, I do think I'm going to stream tomorrow. For everyone out there who likes to keep their watch streaks going, I will probably try and message at least a couple people just to make sure. Because tomorrow is a holiday. Maybe not the holiday you're thinking, but tomorrow is 420. Slightly different holiday. What I think I want to do, though, hold on. You already started celebrating. There you go. Damn right. All right, so hold on. I got one thing I want to do. No, this is not on GitHub. It's a private repo. Yeah, I don't have any open source Elixir stuff really, besides my SDK for Vexilla. Hold on. Sorry. I gotta pass this on. Um, the dev advocate role that doesn't pay enough for where I'm at. I at least wanted to like pass on another person. Hold on. Let me get another album going. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay, so ooh, frog in my throat. Um, I would say if you're interested in Elixir, just recognize it's a Ruby syntax style language that utilizes the Beam VM. So if you don't want to think about horizontal scaling too deeply, Elixir can solve a bunch of those problems for you, but you need to deploy it in a way that it can easily access the other nodes. And Docker and Kubernetes kind of get in the way of that. Like, you can do it. You can absolutely do it. But it ends up being like its own extra overhead, whereas like Elixir can kind of do the Kubernetes style thing on its own anyway. In general, if you want to deploy Elixir projects these days, fly.io is probably the way to go. Like, they even employ Chris McCord, the creator of Phoenix, which is the framework for Elixir, right? To make web applications in general. So, yes, I like Elixir. I'm a big fan. Theo's also a big fan, for sure, right? This is one of the things that Theo and I agree very heavily on. We disagree on a bunch of other stuff, which is fine because we respectfully disagree. But this is one of the things that he and I agree the most on, that Elixir is fantastic. We both wish it had a stronger or stricter type system so that you could catch things earlier in your dev process versus having to run it and see what happens. But other than that, like, yeah, no, Elixir is one of the best developer experiences, especially Phoenix on top of it. One of the best developer experiences you'll ever have. Things just tend to kind of work. It has a very similar vibe to Rust, where it's not necessarily the same of like, when you write it, if it compiles, you're done. Because some things in Elixir you have to hit at runtime to figure it out. But it's very close in the amount of just things that you just try and they work. And shit, you just move on with your day. Okay, cool. The immutability and the way it does some things is very, very cool. But yes, no, this is not open source, so it's not a great way to like encourage you to use it. If there's anything you want me to show as we're doing things, just let me know. But in my opinion, Phoenix gives basically like the Ruby on Rails style of developer experience for just spinning some shit up real quick with none of the performance like problems that Ruby has. So very similar, like Laravel is made to be a PHP version of Ruby on Rails, to where developer experience is the number one concern. If I were still a PHP dev day to day, I don't know if I'd be using Laravel. I'd probably be using Symfony, but Laravel uses Symfony components under the hood, or at least it used to. I haven't looked for a while. But like their abstraction for what an HTTP request is, their abstraction for like some of the core building blocks of Laravel are actually Symfony components. And when I was doing PHP backend dev, before I looked into Rust, Go, and Elixir, yeah, like I was actually like a PHP dev. In my opinion, you can get a lot of the same like user experience by using opinionated frameworks like Ruby on Rails or Laravel or Phoenix, or there isn't one for Go, but Go itself ends up being the opinionated part of things. There isn't a Ruby on Rails for Rust yet. I think they're trying to get there. But no, I don't think there's a proper Ruby on Rails for Rust yet. But hey, what's up, Khalid? How you doing over on YouTube, Mr. Sir? I'm doing well. We're hanging out, we're doing our thing, and yeah, we're enjoying the holiday weekend. You loved Rails, you hated Haml. I don't even remember what Haml is. Is Haml like the templating framework? In my opinion, no. Okay, so this is where I push back majorly. I don't want my backend framework doing any template rendering. Fuck that shit. Ruby on Rails as a REST API, totally fine. Do it. Whatever. It's going to be a little slower, but who cares? I do not want my API server wasting any CPU cycles on rendering templates. Fuck that. No. I will not use Laravel in that way. Blade templates? Fuck that. No. Just JSON, and then consume it from whatever front-end framework you want. I do not like the coupling of these full-stack frameworks and whatever rendering bullshit they want to do for you. So I've never used Phoenix as a full-stack application either. I only do REST APIs with any of these backend languages. You didn't have a choice, I get that. But I'm just pointing out, like, with Phoenix, you can just do a REST API. That's how I'm using it. I will never have my REST API server rendering templates of HTML. Fuck that. You can't make me. Yeah, no, it's a bad pattern. In a similar vein, like, you should never build your canonical REST API inside of Next.js. Like, ugh, that's a bad idea. Like, you shouldn't do that. Just don't do that. Why would you do that? SSTI? I don't even know what that is. Oh, shit. What the fuck is that? Is that the same thing as, like, CRSF? Or CSRF, cross-site request forgery? Server-side template injection? Oh, that sounds... Oh, yeah. No, I get what you're saying. Yeah. Oh, terrible idea. Yeah, fuck that. No, thank you. No way. Fuck that. What am I drinking? This is whiskey, water, lemonade mix. Yeah, I have strong opinions about how web applications and APIs and front ends for those should be built, right? You don't have to agree, but I would love to hear your reasoning for coupling these things together. In my opinion, you can just cut out CSRF vulnerabilities completely by just not tying those things together. Cross-site scripting, well, a proper front-end framework solves a lot of that shit too. Not completely, you still got to be smart. SQL injection, well, yeah, that one you got to guard for, but a good ORM or a good query builder solves that problem. There are just so many problems that get solved automatically by using a sane development pattern. It just so happens that a lot of these frameworks have some weird fucking interest in convincing you to use their framework for every single thing. Fuck that. No thank you. Laravel as a REST API. Totally fine. Go for it. Next.js as a REST API. Fuck you. What are you doing? You're blowing it. You're rendering your docs with Next.js? Fuck you. You're blowing it. Like, there are certain things that certain tools just suck at. Don't do that. And you're done. Problem solved. Right? But yeah. Anyway, I know. We rant, we rave, we do our thing. Is what it is. What I think we want to do is, instead, this should be an enum filter. We pass in the enumerable. Ooh, I had totally forgotten about that syntax. I don't think that's accurate. Yeah, the bar syntax. Hold on. So the dot each. No. This is an enum dot each. Yeah, like the bars actually reminded me of some like Rust or something. Oh, and instead of do, right? So we at least get like the new notifications. And then we can loop over them, and then this part might turn into, right? And we'll put a to-do there. convert to a batch insert. So then very similarly, right, this is not a map then removed would be enum.find equals nil. We could do a no content. So then from here, we just need to respond with notifications from requests. And we're done. So I'm going to say this is actually wrong. And we want to do like a render. I'm going to say notifications, and instead of show, we're going to call it update. Notifications from request. I think I like that. Yeah, all right. So, yeah. The right move is to batch create and batch delete these things. But if we have to loop over them, it's not the end of the world for now. Especially because, like, the number of those things is going to be very small. Will it ever be greater than, like, 10? Probably not. Now, granted, we are missing all of these. You're saying here, keywords is a module. So when we scroll up, recognize that Ecto uses the repository pattern. So real quick, right, we have a keyword, which is our schema for a keyword. And it is scoped within a module of ATProto Elixir.keywords, but keyword is the schema that is representing like an individual element. And this ties to our database. So this is like the model at that point. But then, based on the repository pattern, we might list keywords by org ID, and this is just where on the repository, right, for keywords, this is technically atproto.keywords. That's our module namespace. We are simply creating a method that returns the result of those keywords, and then we can call out to it elsewhere. The goal is to make it to where we could change out the underlying functionality of this, but this method, wherever we're calling it, doesn't care as long as the result stays the same. So if you're unfamiliar with the repository pattern, it's like an ORM, but not the same thing. Right? An ORM would be you fetch a thing and you call save on that object, right? Whereas this is the repository pattern for what is ORM-like, but it's different. Ecto, right? The thing behind all of this stuff, like the queries and the repos and all this stuff, Ecto is a query builder. It is not an ORM. We're not treating the model as the source of truth. We're treating the repository that manipulates those models as the source of truth. If you've ever done any big-time PHP stuff, it's basically the difference between doctrine and propel. Propel is a full-on ORM. Doctrine is a query builder. And doctrine heavily favors the repository pattern, rather than the model being the source of truth for any database manipulation. I pretty much don't use like full-on proper ORMs. Exactly. Yes, Connects.js is the repository pattern. If you want a full-on ORM built on top of Connects, then you might consider Bookshelf, which is old school and you probably shouldn't use it. But it's the difference, right? Like, you can build a big old proper ORM on top of a query builder, no problem. But the idea being is then you would have this model called user, and then to save a user, right, you would do something like user with an ID and then fetch and then call some stuff, right? So you're not calling any methods on the model. You're calling a function that represents the model and just uses the model as just a data layer. So yes, Connects.js is absolutely just a query builder. Very similarly, there's Keysly, which is like the newest one. It's by the same guy that made Connects, I believe. This is just a query builder. It is not an ORM, but it's more type safe than Connects. If you want a full-on ORM, check out Drizzle. But very similar to Connects, you could build something on top of Keysly that then becomes an ORM too. I don't like the pattern for ORMs. I like query builders. I like the Fluent API that they're showing here. You prefer raw SQL? That's up to you. You don't get nearly as good of like syntax validation and highlighting with raw SQL. And that's where I push back. I think a query builder gives you way more like type safety and validation of the queries you're building while still giving you the power of writing SQL. Like you can write inner join, right? Like this feels very much like SQL, but you get way more like syntax highlighting and error checking right there in your editor versus having to run it and see what happens. I would say a query builder is right there as like the happy medium between raw SQL and an ORM, where you get a lot of type safety, depending on your language, a lot of syntax checking, etc., without having to do the full-on like ORM like .save bullshit. But keep in mind, if you prefer raw SQL, you can still use the repository pattern, right? The repository pattern doesn't give a shit about how your query is made. So even if you prefer raw SQL, you're still going to benefit from using a repository pattern on top of it to make your calls for you using a function that abstracts out the underlying SQL call. Because then you can refactor the SQL under the hood while still maintaining the same API at the top level. So yeah, Tasa. What I just want to get at is, right, and I'm going to reiterate what I just said. The repository pattern doesn't give a shit about how you make your query. It could be via query builder, it could be via ORM, it could be via raw SQL. The repository pattern doesn't care, which means when you decide to change any of that shit for optimization reasons, etc., the repository method stays the same, but the underlying implementation changes, which means that you don't have to change it anywhere else in your app. You just change the one place where you're calling that function, or the one definition of that function. That's why I really like the repository pattern. You can go from using a query builder to doing a raw SQL statement, and any consumer of the repository doesn't give a shit. So it's a separation of concerns thing. If you're making raw SQL statements from a controller method, you're probably fucking up. All right, like here, list keywords. In my controller, like methods or functions or whatever you want to say, I'm just calling ATProto.keywords.list keywords. And I could reform this into a raw SQL statement. The consumers of the list keywords function don't have to care. If you're only calling this in one place, it doesn't matter, but you're going to call list keywords in more than one place eventually, right? Theoretically. Not always. But it sets you up to not have to care. So it's a little bit of a layer of indirection, but it's one place that you change it rather than a bunch of places you'd have to change it. And yeah, a couple people from the gaming crew are running late. Well, I'm running a little late too, so I think we're good. Oh man, these chicken pot pies are smelling pretty close to done though. So yeah, they'll be good. How's it going, Daniel? Mr. Sir. I think we're going to play some Repo, Ethan, if you want to join. Me, Algo, and Robotic Head, and I believe Space Case will be joining. Chile is still waiting for me. Yeah, I'd love to go visit some Chile. But yeah, Ethan, you're more than welcome to join. Space Case also owns Last Epoch here. So we can play that together at some point. But yeah, so you want to join for some Repo? Yeah, I'm probably a good 20 minutes out, right? My pot pies will be done here in like 15. Then I got to eat them. Oh, you got Repo tonight? Like, I mean, it's a cheap one. Yeah, for some reason I thought you already had it, Space Case. My bad. I would have gifted that too. Through the engine config in the file system and way better. So you were able to like turn off the bloom and some of that other stuff. Makes sense. Do they have that documented anywhere? Or did you just have to go like digging? Oh, interesting. Holy shit, guys. I applied to do an organization for PyPy to release Vexilla. I applied like 6 months ago. And PyPy just got back to me. What the fuck? I'm like, oh my god, dude. What the fuck? But okay, all right. We'll figure it out. Sure. What do I think about Emacs Vim? It's an editor in coding. Use whatever you want. My opinion shouldn't affect you whatsoever. It's just a thing that puts text into a file at the end of the day. How that text goes into the file, that's up to you. Like the things that make that text correct or not depends on the plugin ecosystem, etc. NeoVim's fantastic. I don't know anything about Core Vim. Emacs, I would assume, has plugins for most of the languages you would use to. VS Code has a shitload of extensions, so I just use that. But whatever you're going to be productive with, just use that and move on, because it's not a question you should spend any time worrying about. I've made this reference before, and Space Case will push it back, but Vim and NeoVim are only free if your time is worthless, because you have to spend time configuring it to do exactly what you want, and you're going to spend way more time doing that than you would just installing a couple extensions via VS Code. But if you prefer to work via the terminal in some terminal code editor, then go for it. Just do it. Just remember, it's going to take more time to configure it exactly how you want. I don't care enough about my editor to put in that effort. I just don't give a shit. I really don't care. I've used Xcode before. Xcode's just fine. I've had to use Visual Studio. I've had to use all sorts of other shit. If it's configured right for the language you're using, then just do it. I find very little value in customizing my tools that heavily. But keep in mind, I've made a NeoVim plugin because I know enough people that use NeoVim. I wanted to make a thing that maybe helped them out. I don't know, man. You're not going to find a strong opinion about text editors for me, other than the fact that I don't want to spend a lot of time thinking about text editors. One of my biggest takeaways is even the Primogen will use something like Android Studio when it makes the most sense. And I mean the Primogen the dude, not the Primogen the character he plays. The Primogen the dude will use whatever editor makes the most sense. Don't buy in 100% to the rhetoric that the character plays at. There are times where certain tools just make certain things better. Yeah, right? I've been watching Prime long enough. I remember, Pepperidge Farm remembers, when he had to do a bunch of Java shit at work, at Netflix when he worked there. Netflix, by the way. And yeah, he was using Android Studio because it just made sense. The Primogen the dude is far more pragmatic than the Primogen the character. And I think that's something a lot of people need to realize. I stream too much. I can't keep up a character. I couldn't bullshit you guys if I tried. And that sounds harsher than I mean. His character is really fucking entertaining. Prime himself, he's entertaining too, but his character is more entertaining. But I do think there is something to recognize that the character you see him play on stream is not necessarily him. They diverge in a couple, interesting ways. The person is far more pragmatic than the character. The character is marginally more entertaining than the person because the person's entertaining too. I like Prime the person more than I like Prime the character, though. And if you think I'm talking shit, just remember, I'm actually a fan. I might be one of his longest subs. I think I'm maybe I'm within the top 3, I'm pretty sure. I just hit 70 months total, 69 in a row. Hey-oh, nice. Right? Just the other day, just yesterday. As a fan, I actually believe that gives me a little leeway to be a little more critical too. That might be the recipe for succeeding as a streamer, being less pragmatic. Absolutely. People like strong opinions even if they disagree. 100%, dude. Yeah, no, you're not wrong whatsoever, Bob. And I'm okay with it. If I never hit 200 concurrent viewers, if I never hit 1,000, whatever, man. I don't have time to not be me. I can't do it. I can't keep up a character for as much as I stream. I stream 2,500 hours per year. I could not keep up a character for all those hours. It's not possible. Not for me. You guys watch stream, you're getting basically unfiltered Chris. The good and the bad. And it makes sense. Yeah, people have to be pragmatic, so they want to see someone going wild. Like, yeah, it's a separation from their real world or whatever. Like, I don't know, man. I don't want to dig too deep into the philosophy of it, but I understand it. Like, I totally get it. The character is more entertaining. Like, at the bare minimum, the character is more entertaining. And I think that's the most important part. Be entertaining. And it's probably where I fall down a little bit. This is less of an entertainment stream and more of a co-working stream. I have an issue watching the Primogen while I'm working. I can't do it. I can't put on Prime in the background because I get distracted way too much. That's actually a good thing for him. It's a bad thing for me. So yeah, I tend to not watch Prime when I have shit to do. And I'll watch Prime when I got some time to kill. Right? Oh, I got 20 minutes before a meeting? Yeah, I'll alert some Prime. Oh, sounds great. Oh, I need to hammer out some shit? Nah, I can't watch Prime. I'll be too distracted. I think in a separate way, this is more of a co-working stream than it is an entertainment channel. Y'all correct me if I'm wrong. You guys know my channel better than I do at this point. I know what I think of it. I don't know how you guys actually perceive it, though. Yeah, right? I am second screen content. Absolutely. Like, I used to watch like the LCS, like the League of Legends, like championship series stuff. But I wasn't watching every single play. It wasn't distracting me from what I'm doing, but I'll chime in and I'll listen. And when I'm compiling or doing some bullshit where I got a moment to like look and watch something, yeah, sure, we're good. There are plenty of things that are good second screen content versus things that are your entire focus. And recognizing which ones of those things you are as a streamer ends up being really important, in my opinion. It'll help you understand your audience more in general. When I go off on rants like this, yeah, I lose viewers because I don't know why. Technically, I don't think people like me ranting that much. I need to temper it. I need to mix it. But also, this is a Saturday night and people got shit to do, so the numbers go down anyway. That's fine. I see the numbers at every single moment, and I look at them. They weigh on me. I get it. There are people that don't look at their viewership number and they just stream as they want to stream. And I respect that, but I don't actually know a single person that still streams that doesn't look at the number. Rox used to brag about, or not brag, but like point out that he does not show his Twitch stats. But he also doesn't stream anymore either. I don't know a single streamer that has explicitly said they don't look at their Twitch stats. They don't look at their viewership number. I don't know a single one that still streams. There's something to that. It's motivation, but it also hurts. I had a conversation with someone recently who, like, yeah, when their number dips, dude, it hurts. And I feel the same way. But they were going from like 200 viewers to like maybe 100. Do you realize how many gaming streamers would fucking kill, like literally kill someone to get 100 like average viewers? And your floor is 100 and you're feeling bad about it? Oh man. Ugh. There are starving streamers in the third world right now that would love to have your viewership numbers. Sorry, like I'm trying to adapt the there's starving kids in China. Like eat your vegetables. Anyone have their parents ever say that phrase to them? There are starving kids in China right now. Eat your vegetables. Like, come on. I don't know if it's actually like appropriate these days, but there's definitely something. Like there's starving kids in Ethiopia. Eat your vegetables. It's very similar. Like, dude, there are starving streamers out there right now that would kill. And I'm not saying that lightly. They would probably sacrifice at least a goat, maybe another human being, to get 100 concurrent viewers on average. And when you feel bad that your number dips that low, you're kind of spitting in their face. When my number dips below 40 like it did just now, I do feel a little bad. But there are gaming streamers that would sacrifice a small rodent for 40 concurrent viewers, you know? Like, oh my God. Oh my God. That kind of perspective, I think, is important. And if you don't have that, right, it's tough. Like, number must go up. If the number isn't higher than it was a month ago, am I failing? That is something streamers deal with every single day. If all of a sudden the Primogen dipped back down to 1,000 average viewers, he might quit. I've heard him say if he was still streaming to only 40 people, he would have quit ages ago. I get it. It hurts a little bit. Because I don't think he realized. He was basically saying, yeah, if I was still streaming to your numbers, I would have quit. But he said it. He didn't mean it offensively. He was just being honest. But I'm willing to bet that number, right, the floor at which he would consider himself a failure, has only increased. If Prime's average viewership dipped to only 1,000, I'm saying only 1,000 in quotes, he would feel like a failure. Because number must go up. And it's kind of like it's a logical fallacy, right? It's a problem. I actually commend Thor. He was sitting at easily like 16K on average for a huge amount of time, and then the World of Warcraft shit happened, and now he's at what, like 6K? I'm curious about his like mental fortitude for dealing with that. I'd be really curious if that weighs on him, like if he's even been impacted by that. To go from 16K to 6K, shit, man. I bet that hurt. But also, he's living the fucking dream. So who cares? But he cares. Maybe. I don't know. Only he could say. This like streamer mentality stuff is something I think about all the time. And yes, I know I got some code to do. We didn't actually finish up all of this stuff. I think our problem for tomorrow is to actually build out these missing functions. Right? We are missing 2 repository functions that I think we can solve pretty quickly. But that's a problem for tomorrow, because I want to go play some games, and these chicken pot pies are to the point where they're almost burning, I bet. So let's figure out who we go raid, and I want to go play some Repo with Robotic Head, Algo Bro, Space Case maybe, and Ethan, and we'll see who else joins. Maybe like Speedy Alex. But who's streaming right now? Who should we go raid? We see Spiridon. I haven't seen Spiridon streaming at this time of day for ages. I've only seen him doing his news content stuff, so I want to go support Spiridon. Even though we have very fundamental differences about how we think software dev should work, those differences shouldn't actually divide us. He does look like he's mid-rant right now, though. But you know what? It'll be fine. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Oh, he fucking hates React. I get it. But at the end of the day, like, the application dev he encourages is not something I would wish on my worst enemies. Like, dude, could you imagine jumping in onto a team working with the code that he's producing here on stream? Fuck no. Where's the documentation, dude? Where's the fucking documentation? So I consider that a problem too. But he's a good dude. I like him. I would, I would just really push back, like, where's the docs? The code is the documentation. Fuck that. Fuck that. Anyone who says that is just lying to your face. Like, dude, because the comments are out of date for sure. Those same people who say that use, like, single-letter variable names. But anyway, YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. We'll see you again soon. I'll be live tomorrow. I'm going to be live tomorrow. We're going to do a 420 stream. We'll make it a fun one. Stream safe, but maybe I do some stuff off stream. Like off camera. We'll see. But later YouTube, later Twitch. See you guys over on gaming maybe?